And I guess I'll invite our fire chief to lead us in the pledge. Okay, our first budget for the evening will be the Fairfield Public Library, and it comes under two budgets, the Fairfield Main Library and the Fairfield Branch Library. So I'd like everyone to approach.
Good evening. I'm Karen Ronald, the town librarian, and to my right we have our new board chair, Sonal Rajan, who's going to make a few comments, and I'm going to make some comments, and then I have to my left Nancy Coriati, who's the deputy town librarian and responsible for the branch.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sonal Rajan, and I'm honored to serve as the chair of the Board of Trustees for the Fairfield Public Library. To the members of the Board of Selectmen and to the members of the Board of Finance, thank you for your dedicated and tireless service on behalf of our town and for your time this evening. At its core, a public library exists to provide access to materials and resources without cost to anyone who comes through its physical or virtual doors, and is generally funded by public sources such as taxes. Today, in addition to access to resources, public libraries are dynamic, versatile community centers that serve people of every age group in a variety of ways, enhancing knowledge, advancing literacy, offering cultural opportunities, and even impacting the economic development of the area. The Fairfield Public Library is an outstanding, award-winning, and much beloved example of this model of a public library. As the governing body of the Library Board of Trustees understands the continuing fiscal constraints and challenges this economic climate imposes. The board is looking at how the library preserves and expands its mission in this new economic climate, possibly leveraging new technologies and processes to better respond to the different ways in which our town's residents, the library's customers, desire, consume, and share information. Our next long-term strategic planning process will be starting soon, taking into account the requirement to adjust to the economic realities we face and address the unique opportunities before us. In the near term, we realize that the state's budget crisis has forced town departments to make difficult decisions. And as one of those departments, we are facing a total reduction of $300,000, which in effect is an 8.5% reduction at the main library and a 7.7% reduction at the branch library, resulting in reduced funds to purchase library materials for a highly educated and very demanding community. Historically and in practice, the Fairfield Public Library is fiscally responsible with its budget, focusing on getting maximum value for all dollars spent. We respectfully request, as you work through the town's budget, that the budget presented by the First Selectman is maintained as is, and that in the event the state legislature amends the governor's proposal, there is a reinstatement of some or all of the funding to the Fairfield Public Library. We are grateful for your continued support and assure you of our commitment to continuing to make the Fairfield Public Library integral to what makes Fairfield unique. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Ronald?
Hi, good evening. I would like to make a few comments and then questions or answers. Just wanted to remind all of us the Fairfield Public Library is a system. It has two sites, the main library and the Fairfield Woods Branch Library. It's governed by one board of library trustees managed by one town librarian, and we're governed by a strategic plan we put in place in fiscal year 15, and it runs through 18. We have the same vision, the mission, the goals are the same at both sites. Learning is a core value in our community, we all know that, and we place great value in our great schools, universities, and ongoing professional development opportunities for a highly skilled workforce. Learning is a lifelong pursuit of Fairfielders. The Fairfield Public Library supports this pursuit in a variety of ways. We provide people with different ways to explore, learn, and succeed. People have different learning styles, and we provide different resources to assist them. They use the library space for self-directed study, working in groups as students and entrepreneurs. They attend library classes, programs. They share information. They create and they innovate. The library's vision reflects this. Dream, discover, innovate, create at the Fairfield Public Library. Fairfielders continue to be library lovers and heavy users. This has been a tradition at least since the establishment of the first library. I dug up some historical documents. The first library was actually in the old Academy building in 1876. Then we have the opening of the Pequot Library in 1895, the establishment of the Fairfield Public Library in 1950, the Fairfield Woods Branch Library as part of the system in 1969, up to today when the Fairfield Public Library circulation is twice the state average. Over 868,000 items were borrowed last year. Over 550,000 people visited the library. We can tell you at least 26,000 Fairfield Public Library card holders are residents, or 82% of all card holders contributed to the heavy use last year. And those non-residents do come to Fairfield to use our library, and then they go out in the town and they do business. So we are a point of destination outside of our community. Over 44,000 people attended programs last year, from story times to lectures to music to maker programs. From the data we have, at least 80% of those people registered in our programs were residents. We are strong partners with the schools, and each year we plan to strengthen our ties. Our children's librarians visit all the elementary public schools twice, at least twice during the school year, for open houses and summer reading presentations. Children's staff visit most preschools at least 3 times a year, and we host them at the libraries. For the first time this past year, the Fairfield Public Library and the Fairfield Public Schools collaborated on a single reader summer reading program, and with stunning results. Over 2,000 children participated, and they read over 1 million pages. And 86% of those young readers were Fairfield residents. We hope to increase participation by 20% this next summer. It continues into the middle and high schools with our teen librarian providing resources, classes, and programs for the age group. In fact, last week she was in 27 high school classes in 2 days, encouraging students to enjoy reading and introducing them to some of her favorites. Our award-winning job series continues to help people find employment. 238 people who have attended the series have reported to us they have found work, partially because of what we do for them. We have just launched a survey to people who have attended our small business programs, and some are reporting back they have grown their businesses since they attended those programs. And the library staff does understand the economic climate and the need to serve our residents first. We put in place a few years ago a system where Fairfield Public Library card holders, aka our residents, get access to the newest, most popular items before non-residents when placing holds. I'll remind you, Fairfield residents are the only ones that can borrow our very popular Fairfield Museum passes, so generously donated by the Friends of the Fairfield Public Library. And Fairfield residents are the only ones that can use our databases and digital resources. The First Selectman's proposed budget returns the library to funding levels of fiscal year 2007. Think about that, a decade ago, when the library did not provide any digital resources, and we surely did not have the rich assortment of programs we have today. We did have more staff then. The library is committed to a very modest budget, as Sonal said. We will live with the 8.5% reduction from the main library budget and the 7.74% reduction from the branch budget. There are only 2 large pools of money we have, and that is really library hours, meaning part-time and pay differential, and we can talk about that, and library materials. Those are the only things we can really adjust down as far as $300,000. We're going to try and preserve as much programming activity as we can. And one of the good news items is the way we're planning is most children's programs will stay intact, and that represents about 61% of all our programs, so we'd like to do that. The Fairfield Public Library is committed to providing the very best of library service within the framework of a very challenging fiscal time for our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions? Ms. Marmion?
Thank you very much. Nice to see you here. So I'm curious, you mentioned your strategic plan. Can you talk to us about how this $300,000 reduction affects that strategic plan in terms of what you were planning?
Yeah, okay, there are basically three sort of wings to the plan. One would be enhancing the user experience. So anyone who uses the library, whether it's virtually or physically comes into the library, how we can make that experience better. Another team, and they're broken up staff teams, collections team, and this is what we're talking about with library materials. So they're looking at about how to make better use of the collections that we've already invested in and how to better buy for the community going forward. And that's probably our biggest impact when it comes to the strategic plan. The other one is space use. We don't expect to have a renovation at the branch, though we'd love it, but we also know that our main library is also 10 years plus as far as the last renovation, so we're looking at space rearrangement. So we need to be doing that sort of constantly, and you'll see changes throughout both buildings. I think the biggest thing, user experience, is to be reduced hours.
So just to follow up on the reduced hours, are we talking weekends? Are we talking
Well, this is-
Sundays, Saturdays, summer hours? What,
Speak into this.
What, just
Okay. I'll
what you're
give you-
thinking?
We're still working on it, but I will tell you, if this reduction goes in, I'm going to have to close Sundays. And we've had this discussion before. Sundays are very expensive. We're open from 1 to 5, and according to the union agreement, the people that are full-time have seniority when they work on Sundays, and they get double time. I have no say in who works on a Sunday. So they're very expensive. And we talked about this last year. So in order to meet almost 100,000 in library hours, that would get us to almost, well, about $54,000, just Sundays, over two lines, part-time and pay differential. The rest we're still looking at. We might have to close half-day Saturdays. That's only $25,000, and I'm trying to get close to 100, so we're talking some nighttime hours too. One of the reasons is we're really leanly staffed. This is not a huge staff. We're about, we perform at the same level as Greenwich and Westport with about 30% less staff members. So we're really leanly staffed, and we've always been that way, and that's a Fairfield tradition. So we're looking at the best way we can eke out close to 100,000 and with the less effect on the community. So.
Mr. Matola?
Thank you, and thanks for being here tonight, and thanks for all the good work you do. Can you just talk about obviously your library materials budget's been reduced. Tell me a little bit about that. What are the things you're going to do without this year?
Well, we're going to have to cut across the board because we serve everyone in town. Remember, that's our intention, is to serve everyone in town. So we're not going to hit any particular age group or format more than any other proportionately. So we're still looking at that. But I will tell you, if we're closing more hours, we're going to bump up the digital budget because you can still have access to materials digitally. So that's what we're looking at. We know that people who borrow from the library are still very much print lovers. 60% of our collection that is borrowed is print. That can be magazines, newspapers, large type, blah, blah, all these things. We're going to have to lower that a bit to probably around 50%. So we're going to do it across the board, and we're still looking at it. We met today, I don't even know, today or yesterday with our staff, trying to figure out the best way of dealing with this. So it's not, no particular group gets hit more than another.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Becker?
Okay, so regarding the Saturdays and Sundays, and we have been over this a number of times, but so the first question is for the group of, I mean, I guess looking back here, looking at the group, we've got, if I'm reading right, this year the contract is open for that set
It
of
ends
employees?
this June, I think.
It ends-
Thea.
It ends
Yes,
this June.
it's not normally, resolved, or the new contract takes some time to negotiate, let's put it that way.
So I think that's important to note. And
Yep,
I would note from
absolutely.
this board that that's something that
Yep.
has come up, I think, quite a few times, and they have a long-range contract, and,
Mm-hmm.
you know, now it's certainly a time to address that. So to you, to the administration, finance,
Yeah, I checked with other libraries, and they're still paying time and a half on Sundays. So we're a bit above average right now, but still, it's hard, first of all, it's hard to get people to work on Sundays, so you have to give them some type of incentive. So I did check with other libraries, it's time and a half is the standard right now.
though you can supplement to some degree with part-time employees.
Yep, you can, if you can get them to work on Sundays, yes.
Them too.
But according to the contract, we'd have to change the language so that
So that would
full-time wouldn't
obviously-
have the seniority over part-time, and that's how the language works now.
So to some extent, and I'm sure you'd want some sort of a balance between that set of
Yeah.
employees. You want an entire part-time population.
That's right.
Running it on a Saturday or
right. Mm-hmm.
Sunday, so I understand that. But to some extent, potentially looking at that language, I think,
Mm-hmm.
is obviously important. We're at the point where those things that maybe were okay for a number of years are just, it's
Mm-hmm.
the fiscal reality, and I would hope that that's recognized. So, do you have vacancies at this point?
Yeah,
in
sadly,
your,
we do.
Department?
So 10 years ago, when we had the same budget, we had 31 full-time people. Our full complement of full-time staff is 30, and we're down to 28 right now. And we understand it's because, we're in tight fiscal conditions right now. We're being asked not to hire the full-time people. Full-time people being the division head of technical services, which is a professional management position, and it's going to hurt us very, very shortly. So it's a department head who handles staff, negotiations with vendors, database management. It's actually very pivotal to our organization. The other one is we have 2 full-time people only in the circulation department at the branch library, the busiest branch library in Connecticut, and now we have 1 full-time person. So we're going to, we're obviously on the same team, but at some point, we really need to really fill those vacancies.
Okay, and so those are funded per this budget, but they're currently vacant?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that one of the things that we've looked at trying to do is obviously and I understand your points about when it's going to hit and as an issue for the library, but at some point, we have kept vacancies open for a period of time in
Yep.
an attempt to curb some of those
Yep.
issues.
Yep.
So I would say that one of the recommendations would be maybe to look at that even partway into the year to try to address that. I think that came up a couple of years ago when library hours got cut, and it came back about what you couldn't transfer and how you could adjust things within your own budget as a department head. This is, I think, when the library hours were first reduced.
So are you saying to me if I could find money in another line item? I'm not sure.
That's typically, I mean, that's something that
What happens if
been done in
we're
other departments to
leanly budgeted now? I don't know how we'd get that. I don't understand,
I mean,
actually.
usually, and anyone else want to help me out here, but typically, when department heads
Yes.
have overages or want to make something happen in a line item, but they've got shortages in other lines, their ultimate goal is to come in at their funded amount for the end of the year. So
Right.
keeping the vacancy open longer, even if you intend to fill it, may be a stopgap for you into next year's budget, and working with finance and administration to get there. My goal, just to state it very clearly, is for the library not to reduce any further hours, because the number one thing that I personally hear from young families to seniors, all the way across the board, has been the hours is the problem. Certainly understand the materials lines, which have dropped this year, but looking to avoid that sort of a scenario.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you, and I'm certainly giving my take on it, but what sort of steps you can attempt to make here to try to not reduce the hours of the library, which is a major issue.
The only
that
thing I can
broadly
think of
affects everybody in town.
Is taking the full-time money for positions I really need now and putting it into part-time, so moving some of the full-time to part-time. I'm not sure I'm in favor of that right now. We are open in the main library 69 hours a week, and we're open at the branch 65 hours a week. Those are long hours for a system with 2 sites. It's great, but maybe we can't afford it anymore. I don't know.
I'm suggesting that we attempt to, so. But I'm good for now. If anyone's got more, and
Yeah, I just have a quick follow-up to that, is because today's society, there's a lot of working parents that both
Yeah.
sets of parents are working, yet they still love to bring their families to the library. So the more hours you can be open on the weekend, I think you would see quite a few families really appreciating that. And so I guess if we could work with the first selectman on that and contracts, that would be really great if we could figure that out.
Yeah,
And then Mr. Timniak had a question.
sure.
How are you tonight?
you.
And thanks for help. I'm looking at the payroll regular line item. In fiscal year 16, I see in the book it's 2.195 million. Fiscal year 17, it drops down to 1.6 million.
Because we bifurcated the budget, so you're just seeing, there's a main
I got it. So
budget
that, the
and
other
a
side's the
branch
Fairfield
budget.
Woods
Yeah.
side?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, so that was split out.
Yeah.
That's right, I remember that from last year.
Sorry, not that much savings for you.
Now,
Just divide it up.
Right, well, you just, it was a simple, it wasn't a loaded question, it was,
I'm
it was a
kidding.
question.
I'm
kidding. With the vacant positions you have right now,
Right.
would it be prudent to fund those for half a year and put that savings into materials?
Well, one has been vacant since October, so we're getting a little nervous. You know, the other one hasn't been vacant as long, but it's ahead of a division, so I'm not sure, you know? Those are pretty pivotal positions when we're as leanly staffed as we are. So, I mean, we can consider anything, but I am very concerned about those positions being vacant.
Well, I guess I would say, is it more important for the residents of Fairfield to have materials and keep the library fresh versus having staff?
Well, part of the reason you have materials because the staff processes the materials, selects, manages, provides them. That's all, and they also check them out and they do the transactions. You know, so it works both ways. I'm not sure of the answer on that.
Mr. Matola?
Just following up on what you said a minute or two ago, I wrote this down, maybe I wrote it down incorrectly. Did you say you were missing someone who was a IT person?
The technical services head.
What is that job?
So what that job is, we have a technical services department. It's almost like a warehouse of sorts. So we have, the biggest database we have is the online library catalog. So everything that comes in, whether it's physical or digital, must be entered in that catalog. So we download records from a database, then we modify them for Fairfield, and then we place them in the database. We're also, as we're changing things around, it's a reflection of all our library materials. They also negotiate with different vendors, including our online library catalog and other vendors who we purchase materials from for discounts, for how do we do better. They also are training staff, so they have staff down there. So we call it a division head within our department.
Is that a typical position in libraries?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is,
Yeah.
okay. All right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Ms. Bateson?
Thank you. Karen, quick question. On page 280 of your budget, can you tell me which line item is the technical person you're saying is open?
Yeah, and it's going to be technical services librarian, so it's 280 from the bottom, second from the bottom.
That's the PETA person you're talking about?
Yeah, it's a professional position, yeah.
And that's the one that's been open since October?
No, this has been open, she left in January. The other one that's open is on the branch side.
And that's the co-circulation librarian?
No,
Which one's this?
this would, what do we call her library? Because these titles are, is it library 285? We're still getting used to this bifurcation. Hold on a minute. Would she be a library aide? Is that what Linda was? Library aide,
Library aide, one of them?
yeah.
And that's the Thea position? Thank you. And that's the one, I'm sorry, that's the one that's been open since October. Thank you.
Mrs. Marmy?
Yeah.
I just want to understand the circulation. Do you work with Pequot? Because I know we have shared borrowing situations. Do you share, I mean, I can borrow through
Sure.
the
We
public
share a
library?
catalog. We
You share-
share that same database that we actually manage. We share our materials, so the Fairfield Public Library pays for a driver, so to go between the 3 libraries, 6 days a week, we do that. We've invited them to be part of One Book, One Town. They're part of that. So yeah, we work with them.
So there's no sharing of staff expertise, for example, the technical or the library?
Yeah, because our technical services librarian, not our head, but the technical services librarian, Jim Swift, actually helps Pequot with their information technology and helps us with it, too.
So
So
they
it's
need
not-
they need that staff person as well, in other words?
Yeah.
To be hired? So it'd be shared?
Well, we don't share it, we pay for it,
Okay.
because we really manage the database.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Sure. Mr. Walsh?
This person that you said is the division head of
Yeah.
technical services, I'm not done yet. I'm not done with the question yet.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just saying yes.
Oh, okay. You said that the person's most important for what reason?
Basically, managing our processing of materials. So what happens is, we have a group of librarians who selects materials. We send it down to that department in a digital format. They place the orders. They receive all the materials, physically or digitally. Then they take records, either ones that they do original cataloging on, or they download from another database. They massage those records, they put them into the catalog, and it should ideally reflect exactly what we have in a library, but it's a constant, it's like a living organism, a catalog, so it's a bit challenging. We also have different vendors we work with. We buy materials from different vendors. This individual is very involved with how their records come across to that database, how we work with them in different formats. So they have some vendors organization, and they're managing a full-time, two full-time, and a couple part-time staff to process 1,600 materials a month for our library system. They used to be in 2 places we used to have one at the branch and one at the main. We lost staff, we centralized it at the main library, and it means that our records are probably better. We're all seeing from one viewpoint, and we're getting our materials on the shelves faster.
And how do you survive without this person?
Not very well right now. So I have people, I go and check on things. I have another person is a full-time person checking on things. We're getting to the point where we're going to have to update our ordering system. We've just been told today by a vendor, and we're going to have to do it at the end of April, and we don't know what we're doing. This person would know what was going on. They've been talking to the vendor. I mean, these things come up all the time. This person keeps the system moving forward, keeps the materials going, has the staff behind for the labor to do it.
Okay, who's doing that person's job now?
No one.
No one.
No one
So
is
no one's
really
marking
managing that
in when-
department. No, we're just going down there and checking on it right now, and it's getting critical for us.
Who's marking the new materials in and keeping track of that database right now? No one?
Not as far as really managing the database. They're bringing the materials in as best they can, but there's really no serious expertise down there managing the whole thing.
Okay, so we have inventory coming in and materials coming in, and no one's keeping track of it. It's just going on the shelves. No one's
No,
marking
that's not what
it.
I said. They're
Okay.
not managing the quality of the process of getting the materials into the catalog and keeping that team going. So we're limping along the best we can.
Okay, so this person's kind of a quality control person, because they're not
Well, they
actually
also-
entering the
no, they
materials.
actually do-
Can you just wait for me to finish my question? Is that a problem?
No.
Is it a problem? Okay. Is there somebody who's entering the materials separately from this person?
Yes.
Okay, is this person a quality control person to make sure everything's just flowing correctly?
No.
No. Explain to me how I'm misunderstanding this.
What happens is we catalog different formats in different ways. So we have people assigned to different types of adult materials, AV, audiovisual materials. There are different ways of cataloging those. That is still happening. Children's materials can be challenging, so that's happening. But as far as managing the department and talking to the vendors and working through these changes in how we move forward. That is not happening right now. We're doing the best we can and limping along.
When you say about talking to the vendors, are you talking about ordering materials? We're not ordering materials, or?
No, no.
What do you mean by talking to them?
We have professional librarians throughout the system who order materials. They're like subject specialists, so they're looking at materials constantly. So, yeah, the ordering is continuing on.
Okay. Are you saying that we use like a consulting firm to help us choose our books? Or I'm
No.
trying to think of what you'd be talking to the vendors about other than ordering materials.
If you're going from an electronic way of purchase, from a physical way of purchasing paper, et cetera, to a digital way, there are different things you have to do in order to do that. And she was working on those kinds of things. So Midwest, right? What? Yeah. Baker and Taylor, which is one of our biggest vendors. We brought all that online. We didn't used to do that. We used to read paper copied periodicals. Now it's digital, so we go and enter, we look in a database, we look in specifically for different, depending on your specialty, you look in there, you can look at the digital reviews of different magazines, and then you order from there, and you put them in a cart, and you send it down to technical services, and they do the ordering, and they shoot it into another kind of database that allows us to see what we're buying based on format and departments and things like that.
Okay. And some of that process is being done, but not all of it?
The process is being done. I would say there's not as much management as we would like and have had in the past right now because we're missing the division manager.
Okay. In regards to the library aide,
Yep.
the one that's missing, how are you getting around not having that position since October?
Want to talk to that?
We just have part-time people filling in.
Okay. And how is that, is there more part-time hours than before? Is your part-time hour line over? No? So you're using the same amount of part-time hours?
We're just working it through, and the head of that department, of the circulation department, is doing the additional work that this other employee was doing.
Okay. During that person's normal hours?
Right.
Okay. No overtime for that? Okay. Can you explain to me this position that came up the other night, actually? This municipal web librarian?
Yeah, she's the town webmaster. She's a library webmaster, and she works in the reference services department.
Okay. Well, we seem to have a new webmaster that the first selectman has hired, and we're paying somebody a stipend in order to be the town's webmaster, so she's not the town's webmaster.
I don't believe that was an accurate description of what we said the other night.
Okay. Explain to me what the system is and what I thought I heard that the position in your department that was getting a stipend was a webmaster.
The position is doing work on the website, worked with the library person as a team to both help us pick out a new website, select the software, implement it, and on this side, the person in my department continues to do training with department heads to make sure that all the capabilities of the new website are fully implemented. In addition, also worked on what we call the Q Alert, or constituent response component, which again involves both implementing that, training, and keeping that up and running. So a little bit different than the webmaster status, that though they do work together on this to make sure it's coordinated.
Why can't the webmaster teach the department heads how to enter stuff and how to use the system? I don't understand why she can't have somebody come over to the library where she works and teach that the other department heads or other employees of the town how to use the system without having to pay a stipend.
I think both of them have worked as a team because they also have other responsibilities. So Mary, the one we're talking about in my department, also has responsibilities for the library website, and she's also works as a reference services librarian, so she's on the public service desk and also selecting materials, et cetera. So they basically, we're saving, I believe, the town some money because we don't have a website master. So these two people, I think, are doing the best they can and working together on that.
You just said we don't have a website master. I'm suggesting we possibly have two. You definitely told me you had one, that's her job, the webmaster.
She
I
has
mean,
three responsibilities, though.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Walsh, to answer your question, the functions I described were not part of our former website, so these are new functions and
but
capabilities.
Some of the functions you're talking about are gone. Some of the ones you listed are gone. We've chosen a vendor
The
to do the
evaluation,
website,
selection.
and it's up and running.
Correct.
And the only thing that you listed that person was doing in regards to the web, you listed about 3 or 4 things. The only one left that she's actually doing is actually teaching department heads how to use the system. Or not department
Actually,
heads,
no,
but
there-
employees.
Again, you've got the website,
Yep,
so you've got functionality within that
yes.
that she's working with the department heads on to make sure that we're operating that and they understand the capabilities and can do more. Second, we also have the Q Alert system,
Okay.
which is another kind of transactional-based system of how we handle calls, customer requests, complaints, that type of thing, to make sure those are handled and make sure the departments are processing those on a timely basis. So we've got both components of that going on, and those are things that were not part of the prior website when the librarian, or the person in the library department was handling that on her own. And the stipend, as you pointed out, was $8,000, which buys a certain amount of hours each year, but that's nowhere near what a part-time or full-time person would cost.
No, but that same position just went up 2 steps at the exact same time, or approximately the same time. So we're kind of paying, I thought we were paying for an expertise level that this person had.
Again,
And now we're not only jumping 2 step levels, which is extremely rare, even you said that during that presentation, that it's rare that an employee would put in for a higher position, but jump up 2 levels, and then at the same time, get a stipend. And I guess the second part of the question I have is, does this training end at a certain point? And, does everybody finally know, do the department heads finally have rolled out what the capabilities of the system are, and therefore that role of the job is no longer part of it?
again, I think you're combining a few different things from our last discussion,
Sure.
which are not quite accurate.
Okay.
From the top, the
And educate me.
reclassification of the job
Yep.
and what level that's at was one decision, all right? And that was based on a review of the current responsibilities of workload by HR, how that measures up to other positions. The stipend was specifically targeted at different IT projects, and the implementation both has been taking some time, and as you need, because it's different work for the department heads, it's different capabilities, things they haven't done before either. We've seen it work tremendously in things like our Penfield Building Committee, where we've had the ability to have separate web pages for that. So residents that want to know what's going on, there's a website they can go to, they can look, we can post minutes, documents, updates. We've done that with a number of projects over time, everything from GE to the Mill River cleanup, so that it's basically raised our service levels. But those were things and capabilities we did not have before. So those are things that on an ongoing basis, we have the ability to do that.
I would suggest that we have some of these functions of a webmaster and then what's going on with the website bifurcated in 2 different departments, and it's getting completely bastardized, and that we need to move this position somehow into one person's position to get it out of the library and to get all those functions that you just talked about into one position, which would, at least as far as I can see, with the makeup of the town, be in the IT department, would be the best place to have a person in that position. And it just seems as though we're kind of forcing different roles onto different people, and I think that it should all be in one place. I don't think it should be in your department, only because that position, with whatever step level you've now given it, should have certain responsibilities, no matter what administration's here. And the person that's hired in that role, I don't think the job description is going to say have all these web requirements.
Are you done? Or can I?
That's my position, yeah.
Well, again, I think you, one, you mischaracterized that. Second, as we talked before, that the job classification is one. The stipend was to take advantage of the skill set that this individual person had. The reason we did it as a stipend was because, no, it's not part of this job, it's not part of this position, and someday it may effectively be better handled in the IT department, but as of today, it's not. This was the most cost-effective way to get it done, and it seemed appropriate. Reviewing it with Human Resources, it made sense, and right now, we're seeing increased productivity out of our website, out of our Q Alert system. It's working with the training of the department heads and bringing them up, and at some point, you're right, they will be fully up on the capabilities, but the website has a lot of capabilities that improve our productivity, improve our communication with our residents, make our town, if you will, easier to find its way around because you can find a way on our website. The website we have now is so much more user-friendly than what we had in the past. But there are more capabilities, and that's where, as we learn about those, we see that the ability to set up separate websites that we do for building committees now that we didn't do before, that we do for different projects going on that we didn't do before. That, in fact, that each department has the ability to send out news releases, have people sign up for updates from their departments, so people are able to stay up on that, so citizens that are interested in that department, that functional area, can do that. So it makes us much more responsive to the specific needs of individuals. However, all those things come with a certain amount of additional training that's needed and support as we go through that. So the person in my department is doing that for now, you're right. And at some point down the road, when it's appropriate, it might be better to have that in IT, and that's what I certainly agreed with you when you said that the other night. However, right now, this is the most cost-effective way to do it. So no, it's not. It's working out at the moment very well. It's not something we have the coordination between the library and us. It works very smoothly. It's a good handoff, if you will, from this point. The library webmaster hasn't had to change her responsibilities, so she's still working on those functions, and we have the capability on both sides now, and especially in things like, well, there are a number of other capabilities and such that are part of that come into that. I won't go through the whole list now.
Well, would it be more cost-effective to have the person in your department get a larger stipend and take over everything to do with the web on the town side and let Ms. Ronald's people just deal with the library?
It's number of hours, and a stipend is a good way of addressing some extra responsibility in some hours, but it's a much larger responsibility in terms of the webmaster capabilities in the library.
What are the hours that individual's spending on being the web responsibilities within the department that she's getting the stipend for?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but we certainly can take a look at that.
You can take a look at that. I'd also like to have an analysis done of every single cost that goes in the cost of our website, so that I can get a total cost of what the website costs to maintain, have up, to have improved, new services added, everything. From every different department, I don't know how many different departments there are that handle it, but every single cost that goes into the cost of the town's website on a yearly basis.
When you look at that, the idea was to make the website a kind of a living website and functional within each of the departments. So at some point, say our health department puts an update up, our senior center puts an update up, are you looking at having to track those hours in terms of what I'll call functional use of it? So I wouldn't call that maintenance per se, I would call that using the website and the capability of the website to get information out.
Well, I don't know whether the department heads are going to be able to say how many hours they're putting stuff onto the
Well, I'm
web, but
just asking if that's the
I
type
guess-
of
no, I guess that-
functionality you're...
I don't, that's
Mr.
not
Walsh,
what I'm
just-
asking for.
Mr. Walsh, what I was trying to do is define it differently. So the idea is that as opposed to maintenance of the website, technically keeping it up and running, as opposed to using it. Like
Sure.
I may use Excel at my desk, all right, but I don't keep Excel up and running. So
That's fine.
I'm trying to
That's-
define
No, not the,
what
not,
you're
not-
looking for.
I'm not
so
looking
we
for the
get you
department
right-
heads and what they're putting up when they're putting, like, the town clerk's putting certain notices up there, or, you know, when, and I think she does a great job at it, Ms. Gardner, puts our Board of Finance, Board of Finance budget documents up on the website, and things like that. What I'm looking for is just the cost for this, to maintain, the improvements, the training, all of that, all of those things. Because we might be able to see how other towns are doing, and I could probably make some calls around if you find out what others are doing it for, to see whether we're getting bang for our buck.
Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, quick thing. Karen, I'm trying to process what you said in trying to achieve some savings. If I look in the main library, I see 1.6 million in payroll. And if we close on Sundays, I only save $32,000. It just doesn't seem to make sense that that's the best place to try and achieve savings. It doesn't seem to be, with that amount of payroll, it doesn't seem to be an effective way. I don't know what goes into staffing, but I'm just saying, on the top of it, with that amount of payroll, I'm closing a day, yet I'm only saving $32,000.
The real number really is 54,000 because we take it out of two lines. So you've got to think about the pay differential line, which is where the double hour salaries come out of, and then you have part-time. So if we were to close both sites on Sunday just for 4 hours, we'd be saving close to $54,000.
Both sites?
Yeah.
See, then if I combine both sites, I'm at 2 million in payroll. It just doesn't seem like an effective way to save money. That's all.
Any further questions?
One quick question.
Mr. Matola?
What day of the week would you say is your least busiest? Is it Monday?
No, it's not Monday. I can't tell you right off. It does change. Mondays are not. We know that because we come in even with a half day on Sundays, and people, it's like the first business day of the
Okay.
week, people are in there getting their stuff. I'd have to look at it, and it depends on the hour of day you're talking about. It does
Okay.
fluctuate during the day.
Thank you.
You know.
I think Mr. Walsh, and then Ms. Marmion.
You can go to Ms. Marby first.
I'm just wondering what other towns in the area do. Do other towns close on Sundays? Are they open? Give us some perspective.
Depends on the town you're talking about, but we did look and we saw that most branches were closed on Sundays. We've been very, very lucky to have our branch open on Sundays. So we did look at that.
So you're talking about the Fairfield Woods branch, for example? They have their
That's-
main library open, but their branches are closed.
Right, but we had to get to a serious number, and I had to figure out $100,000 in 12 hours, and we did the very best we could, and we are so leanly budgeted in every other line. I can't find it anywhere else unless I hit the library materials budget again. And that, to me, as a professional, I'm doing this for many years, I had to balance it out some way. So what we're going to try and do, if this has to happen, is anything that happens on Sundays, we will try to move somewhere else during the week when we are open. We're going to do the very best we can.
So you're talking programs that are on Sunday, you'd move them to another day of the
We would try
week?
to do that if we talk to our presenters or figure out, yes, we're going to shift as much of the quality of our library service to the times we're open and beef up the digital materials so you can at least get to those materials.
Anytime, anywhere, anyplace?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, one more follow-up. When it comes to hours, do you set the hours, or is that in conjunction with the Board of Library Trustees?
What happens is I came up with this budget and I go to them and say, this is what we're going to do, and they say yea or nay. And this was a very quick turnaround.
So it's your recommendation to them, and then they approve or disapprove?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it follow-up? Okay, okay.
Okay, so then, looking at this year,
Sure.
the current year that we're in,
Yeah.
you have a fair amount, looking at your year-to-dates through February, you have a fair amount that hasn't been expended in the payroll lines, you have a fair amount in the materials lines throughout your budget, right? So, is there a way for you to get where you want to be with materials this year, potentially with those savings, in order to, working with this board for selectmen And then in order to, again, look at what you can do to kind of get yourself through next year without affecting those hours.
Well, I will say we buy continuously for the library, and the winter and the spring are the busiest when it comes to buying stuff because we're preparing for summer. And summer is probably our busiest time when it comes to reading, especially for the kids. So that money probably will not be there, but it would be great if we could come back to this board or whoever we have to come back to, and if we do have money, if we could move it into library materials or wherever else, I'm willing to look at it. But I wouldn't expect a lot of money left, seriously.
But you've got payroll money that you're going to have
I have
left.
full-time money
Quite a
right
bit.
now. Yeah.
And either you, finance, or the administration, can somebody answer what the plan is to do with that savings at this point?
We were hoping to be fully staffed again at some point.
But it-
That's what I thought.
But in regards to this year's budget
Yeah.
and doing that, you're not. I mean, at this point, we're already into March. We're questioning whether or not you're gonna fill those positions right away. One of them's been vacant since October. One of them since January. So that's a fair amount of money. I mean, I'm looking at the year-to-date, and you're encumbered on your full-time salary line alone, not even factoring in Social Security and other elements, and that's $60,000 almost right there, which is Sundays, if I'm looking at the numbers
Yeah.
right.
Let's take a look at what's happened there, and Finance can probably answer whether that's been included in any of the quarterly reporting going back to this board at this point. But the idea of not filling those positions was waiting till later in the year. Realize that it was December, mid-December roughly, when we heard that we got cut $570,000 from the state. Mid-year cut, not sure at all what the impact is, don't know what the winter's going to be like from that standpoint. So that's when we put the freeze in to make sure that we built in some reserve, some cushion to the current year. The idea was that when we got through the winter and further into the year, and frankly, at that point, if we hadn't been cut anymore by the state, if we'd gotten all the money we were supposed to, then go back and do that analysis in kind of late April, May, and beginning of May, and then bring those folks on. So we basically bought ourselves some additional cushion during the current fiscal 17 year.
Totally agree. I think one of the things that we're looking at here is the play potentially with that number. And obviously, we have to look at the bigger picture and decide if we want to do the transfers or not. But one of the things that could occur would be a reduction further in the, essentially, or a transfer if it's after we approve this, but a reduction in the materials next year and an increase in the payroll side, knowing that we, in this fiscal year, allowed her to expend a higher amount towards those materials. So at the end, it got the same amount of materials that she's looking
Your point's well taken. And again, based on where we are at that point, once we're sure that the year-end projections are stable, that we're not going to be impacted anymore by any more state adjustments, certainly we should be done with the weather by that point, so we should be in stable from that case. Then take a look at that, and I believe what you're referring to is we use this as an opportunity to potentially buy ahead,
Exactly.
so that if we can buy a few more books this year, then we don't need, but that would be part of our decision process in that late April, early May timeframe when we've got a stable projection for year end. But certainly that is one of the key considerations.
Yeah, no, and I think what I'm trying to look at here is, this is our opportunity to sort of, have a crack at it as it's in the budget form. And I think on my end, if I feel as though we're going to be okay potentially to be able to do those types of things, then I feel better about sort of adopting what's here. If not, then the question sort of becomes, do we, in order to save the Saturday and Sundays, do we have to start looking at other areas in here, as tight as it may be, but it may be cutting up a full-time position in here to allow for all of that additional overtime on the Saturdays and Sundays. You have to look to some extent as to what is most important to the largest group of people in this town and the most diverse group. And it seems as though the Saturday and Sunday hours are the hot button issue.
Yeah. If you're looking at just hours, perhaps, but I think it's also important to listen to our town librarian in terms of what it takes to run an effective library system. And I think to substitute our expertise for hers might be a little tough. I think that's why we have a town librarian, and that's why we need their expertise in terms of how we keep the system going.
Not looking to do that, but but again, looking to what is being heard throughout town consistently through the largest group of people.
Well, and as always, if we can avoid the $9 million state cut, then we can restore this number and not have to make those tough decisions. But part of the issue is what's taken place from the state, but the sooner we get that information, the easier it is certainly to restore this number and the funding for the library.
Potentially, though, it goes deeper than just the 9 million and the millions upon millions that we've lost consistently from the state. So, I mean, I think that's a difficulty that we're dealing with as well. It's not just the 9 million, there's another 5 that we're essentially taking at this point, so. And there's a lot of constituencies that want a lot of different things, so we're sort of trying to look to what we can do to at least scratch the surface for the library. I think
It just gives us some additional options.
I'm good for now.
Okay, Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, quick thing, Mike, I just want to clarify, in what you just said, part of the reason these positions are being filled is because of the hiring freeze is in effect now, right?
Correct.
And it sounds like what you just said, you were planning on revisiting that in late April or May.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, we put that in place in, I'm going to say roughly mid-December, when we found out about the $570,000 cut from the state. We weren't sure exactly what the impact of that would be, and at the time, very concerned that that wouldn't be the only adjustment from the state. So that we wanted to make sure that we built as much of a cushion as we could.
Thank you.
Any other
On that
questions?
same thing, Mr. Tetra, do you have a priority list of the things that we've held back on where you plan on going first? Trucks, paving, whatever, library
Talking
materials?
fiscal 17?
Yeah.
How much money do we have?
That's what I'm asking. Do you have a priority? Like, if you got $100, where's it going to go? If you got $100,000, where's it going to go?
When you give me the number, then we'll go back and look what the priority is.
So there's no priorities right now?
The issue is we try and do the most good across all and look for where we are, but if you're looking for one quick priority in terms of this year, no, we'd go back and look at how can we help the most departments out with whatever that money is in terms of where we stand. Now, potentially, we'll stand in good shape and we can restore it all.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any other questions?
I have a
Okay.
question.
Okay, Mr. Walsh?
In regards to your library materials, both under the main branch and the main library and the branch, my calculation, tell me if I'm wrong, is that total, Mr. Tetro's budget, compared to yours, has reduced library supplies by $196,000. Is that correct? Okay. Seems to be a pretty severe cut. It's pretty much close to a third of your budget for library supplies.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Where will you make those cuts from?
Well, I was talking about that. We're still working on that as a staff, but we're going to cut across all formats. So, except for probably digital, because if we are closed more hours, I still want the Fairfield residents to have access to materials, digital materials, when we're not open. So print will be cut, movies will be cut, music will be cut, audio will be cut. We're not going to take any one collection and devastate it or, give it special meaning other than digital. And that's what we've done in the past, and it's worked out well. So we're studying usage, we're looking at trends, we're having meetings about it to figure out what would be the best way of handling this and getting the best bang for the buck for the residents.
What percentage of your materials budget is for digital?
Digital, right now, hold on. I know that's about 11% circulating. It's gone up from last year as far as borrowing trends, so it's gone from 9 to 11. Digital right now is about 13%.
13% of the total budget for the purchases? Okay. Do you see that going up?
Yes, I want it to go up. If we're in this circumstance, we need to go up anyway. First of all, it's moving up each year incrementally. 2, we have a lot of commuters and travelers who enjoy it. 3, it costs a lot more, sadly, for libraries than physical items do. And we've talked about that before, where the publishers have decided that it can be 2 or 3 times as expensive to get a digital book versus a physical book. because we share our materials. We don't just buy them as individuals on Amazon. It's just the nature of the industry, so we would increase it.
When you buy a digital book, do you buy multiple copies of it, or is it an unlimited number of people can have that same book at the same time?
It depends on the publisher. Most of them do not allow simultaneous use, so it's like buying a physical book in a sense, but in digital format. So it depends on the popularity of the book and the author and what we've seen in other formats. So yes, we have bought multiple copies, but we try and keep that quite under control because they're so much more expensive than the physical item.
And once we buy that,
Yeah.
it's a one-time purchase, and we have the license to that specific book forever?
Depending on the publisher.
Oh.
Sometimes they disappear. They have metered use. I think HarperCollins still has metered use.
Metered use by, once it's read a certain number of times, it goes away?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. But some others don't.
Yeah.
Once you own it, you own it. Which I guess we make up in the long run, since we don't have to replace that book over time as it gets used and has to be thrown away and another book be purchased.
Yeah.
So as in your industry, does it work out to be cheaper, or is it still always more expensive when librarians have done analysis on this digital book?
I'm not sure we're there yet as far as figuring that out, because we can't get everything in digital format, number one.
Mhm.
Some things are not available, so you have to think about it that way.
Mhm.
And there's still work in the catalog. It's not like the digital thing appears in the catalog on its own. We have to manage that record within the catalog, so there's backroom staff that goes on with a digital book as much as a physical book. So I'm not sure I know that answer yet, you know?
So you, with the budget that's being presented by the first selectman, where it cuts you by about a third in supplies, library materials, you still believe we'll be buying more digital than we did the year before?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay. Do we buy and circulate video games?
Yes, we do.
And when did that start?
Ooh, a year or two ago.
And why do we do that?
We do that because a lot of them are educational. We tend to not buy violence, anything like that, and they're very, very popular. They're extremely popular. And one of the things about libraries is you want people to get hooked on libraries, and if they come in for a video game and they see a book as they're going towards that, or it draws you into another subject, they may end up being a really wonderful reader, a library user for life. It works. It's a very small collection. I can't give you the numbers. It's not much, really.
Do you have I know these video games are rated. Do you have standards in regards to what the rating is that you will have in regards to violence, in regards to, there's different types of rating systems for video games. Do you have a published policy on it?
No, we don't have a published policy on it. We have someone who is buying them for us, and he's very careful about it, and I might be able to figure out how he's labeling it. I can't remember right now. But we're not buying things where extremely violent.
Okay, how many video games do you think are in the collection now?
I cannot answer that question.
Okay, can you give me a list of those video games?
Yeah.
And in regards to I just want to go through a couple of budget items, because there's a couple of lines that both go up and down, kind of at drastic numbers, and we talked already about your library materials line, so obviously we don't have to talk about that, but I'm just going to pick a couple of the ones that are just jumping out at me, that if you can give a quick explanation, it might take a sentence, and, okay. So I'm going to start with the library, the main library.
Sure.
The pay differential, what's the reason for that going down 76.55%? Because it's been high as, in 2015, the actual was 73,152, and now we're all the way down to 11,750. Is that something I'm going to see disappear by next year, or what's the reasoning for that?
That's the business of the Sunday hours.
Okay,
So that's
okay.
the double salary, so we're
Okay.
paying those people out of that line.
Okay. In regard to, I presume longevity bonus is just based on contract, So it is whatever it is that year based on how long the employee's been here. The Social Security contributions are up 11.21%. We seem to be, were we down more people last year, or is there some reason why we're going up 11%?
I think
Social
that's a
Security?
question for finance as opposed to Ms.
Sure.
Ronald.
It might have been how we did the allocation, but last year,
Okay, if you can just get back to us after you take a look at it, that'd be great. Fees and professional services, and I'll just handle these one library at a time right now, so we don't have to keep going back, but it seems to go down by 5.5% on the main library, but when you get to the branch, it goes up by 56%.
So remember, we bifurcated the budget for
Yes.
the first time this
Yeah.
fiscal year, so we were doing our very best at estimating what we could put in the main and the branch. This time, we've had a bit of time, not a lot of time, but we figured out we could actually assign more to the branch in that line for software licenses based on...
Great. So this is one of the items, and we talked to Bob, I think I'd spoken to you about this when we were asking the finance, or the Board of Finance was asking that to be bifurcated. That clearly, as we were going in this direction, we were going to take guesstimates for the first year, but as we got more better information on what your actual expenses were between the branch and the main library, we would kind of correct that, correct? So that's like one of the corrections?
Exactly.
Excellent. Now, I think we'd like to get to a point where,
It's
you know,
perfect.
we know this is, you know, a more accurate analysis, so so if there's, some of those numbers jump out when we go through a couple of the others, if you just let me know.
Yeah, and I think that obviously when we get to the point there's a 3-year average for both, then we'll have a much more realistic estimate
Yeah,
of where we
and-
are. The first 2 years, there's going to be some adjusting back and
Yeah.
forth as you,
And we had expected this, I guess, that there would, you know, because everything's kind of, we guess that there's going to be janitorial supplies of this much, but it's a guess, and so,
pretty much how we described it.
exactly. So, the maintenance and repair of equipment went up by, in the main, by almost 26%.
Again, it's
Same-
another adjustment.
Another adjustment?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm doing my best.
And how's that number is that number going down
In the branch?
in the branch? That's of equipment, maintenance and repair of equipment, and the branch is staying the same. So is this just a more accurate number?
Yeah.
Okay. Or is our equipment getting any older? Could that be a problem?
Yeah.
Is that a problem? Okay. Okay. What kind of equipment are we really talking about? I mean, I don't know
What?
everything you guys use, but I presume copiers have maintenance contracts on them and things like that, so it's not copiers, right? It's
No, copiers are in rental and
Yeah.
storage.
Okay.
So we could have all sorts of equipment. You know, we do a lot of our own light maintenance.
Okay.
So we're talking about carpet extractors, floor buffers, vacuum cleaners, all sorts of things to maintain the buildings.
Okay. And we already talked about the library materials, and then the last one, obviously, I think was a plug number, the travels and meetings. First Selectman had asked you to keep the budget low, so you're cutting out a bunch of meetings and things you normally go to. And there was a further reduction on the branch side, correct, of about $2,200. Okay, so that's the main library. Let me just see whether there's any differentials I wanted to ask about on the branch. Once again, the pay differential is going down because of the branch that you had spoken about earlier. The Social Security contributions here go down by 24%, and this is similar, Ms. Gardner, you were going to take a look at, it's just based on better information?
This is, mic on?
I'm not hearing you, but,
All right. Yeah, no, that's last year's, this is all related to, first year, second year. Last year's was an allocation, this year's is a person by person.
Okay.
So this year's number, you see that both numbers on both, one goes up when it should go down, and one goes
Yep.
down when it should go up.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's just,
Okay.
it's a truing up, so.
Okay,
the-
sounds good. So we would expect that next year these fluctuations should get a little better?
Correct.
Okay, okay. And the same thing on the next line, the fees and professional services, you found that it was, you need to allocate some more to away from the main to the branch?
Yeah.
Okay. Printing and binding is going up by 23%, but on the main, printing and binding is only going down by 2.4%. Is there, you need more printing and binding for some reason?
I'm just checking that one out. Because all we were trying to do is adjust one way or the other for the bifurcation that we're still getting used to. So, let me check.
Well, it's about, because the numbers are so low at the
They're
branch,
small.
it makes the number seem a lot more drastic. So you're going from 2,400 to 3,000, so it's
So
$600. Whereas in the main, you're probably going down $600. So it's just a readjustment, okay. Problem with the branch is that if you make one small little change
It looks
quickly,
enormous.
it drastically changes the numbers. And same thing with office supplies, I guess, and let's see, the library materials we discussed, and travels and meetings, you're getting rid of 100% there, so that's it. Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, any further questions? Mr. Becker?
Yeah, so, can you show me where in the branch and the main library are the individuals that do the checkout for the books?
Say that
Who
again.
is that? When when you go to the library, whoever's at the desk helping you check out books, what staff, what
Okay,
person is
okay.
that? How is that?
I can do that
Yeah.
to a certain degree, but I will tell you, we have people in different departments who work on that circ desk too.
So you
So
circulate
it's
them through.
challenging. So I have 3 full-time at the main, and I believe we have almost 15 part-time at the main too, but then some of us fill in. Sometimes I've worked the circ desk, some people come up from technical services or are full-time. So libraries, we tend to work across departments. So the official title would be, for some of them, would be the library aide, and then the co-circulation people, that would be the head of the department. There's one at the branch, there's one at the main, and then you have 2 full-time people at the main. But I have to tell you, a lot of us work on circulation too, just to fill in the hours and make sure we're running well. So it's challenging to tell you the exact numbers, except main is circulation, we have 3 right now, full-time, and 1 at the branch right now.
So Maine is 3 full-time, a mix of 15 part-time,
And
and
then-
then you guys filling in.
Yeah.
And then the branch is 1 full-time,
Part-time.
and then around how many for part-time kind of filling in?
15 possibly, because they have less full-time people over there. So,
Okay. And then some sort of mix of people
Mm-hmm.
jumping around. Got it. And then you guys had done, at one point, you guys had worked on trying to get like a self-checkout type option. Where are we with that and the
We-
usage and, where are we at?
so self-checkout was part of the main renovation in 2005, 6. I arrived here 6, 7. It was operational, I'm going to say, until the last few years. And then it was the first-generation self-checkout workstations. So we had 2. We never had them at the branch. And we had them at the circulation desk, and what we found was they weren't being well used for a number of reasons. First, they're first generation, so they do not accept fines. People couldn't pay their fines. They couldn't place holds. They could basically have a basic check-in, check-out. So it wasn't doing much for us because the transactions at the circ desk usually involve a lot more than that activity. So we kept them limping along, limping along, and limping along. We moved one up to Children's to see if we could attract younger patrons. Parents didn't want to stand in line. And at this point, they are defunct and we're not using them anymore.
And now there's a second generation that exists?
Oh, there's
out
probably
there, or third,
8th, 9th, 10th
Okay.
generation.
And they
Would-
do some of those other things?
Oh, yeah.
And what do they cost per, and how much
Wow.
sort of maintenance per?
What we would do is we'd have to look at a whole new system of operating, and that's what libraries are doing, where they're moving to largely self-checkout for the circulation area. They're looking at new security systems. We'd have to add RFID to the branch. There's no RFID over there if we were to do it properly, and some of the figures look like $500,000 to do it properly. We go to shows and we talk to people about this and we dream about it, but at this point, we figured this wasn't really fiscally something the town would want to do. We'd certainly bring it to you at some point.
Though interestingly, it would come with a significant headcount reduction that would counter that, would it not?
No, it's never really done that in most libraries. What happens is, we usually reassign those people. The Circ desk now really isn't just checking in and out like a convenience store. They're also talking to people about books, giving them recommendations, paying fines, placing things on hold. It's a bit of a more complex operation than we might think. So those people could do those jobs probably throughout the library, which would really help us. So I haven't seen much reduction in staff from that introduction of technology.
Okay.
Mr. Walsh?
Are there any services or circulations that we should or others are charging a circulation fee for? Such things as a video game, whether it be 50 cents or $1.
Well, as a librarian, that makes me shudder, but I know you're.
Well, we're looking at it, unfortunately, with where we are and where the governor has placed us.
No.
I mean, we're having to look at kids having to possibly pay to play sports.
Yeah.
We're looking at user fees going up to use fields. We're having to find revenue sources, and I guess at some point in time, and I'm not sure whether you're seeing this with your colleagues or other libraries around the state, whether others do the same thing, and I'm not saying for everything, but for certain things. I mean, in some ways I look at video games, for example, we have stores in this town that sell video games. So are we putting them at a disadvantage as a business by offering their materials that they sell for free for free rental? And I guess at some point, does it make sense to at least start having the conversation, and whether others are having that same conversation in your field?
So the state statute basically says for public libraries, we should not prevent access to library resources, programs, facilities. Some people would say that if you're charging for it, you're possibly preventing someone for access to those resources. So that's one thing we've kind of thought about. When it comes to other libraries, what they did in certain libraries, I know, they did not receive state funding, and then they charged for their videos, and then all that money came right back to the library for more library materials, and that was Trumbull, and I was running the library at that time, and we did quite well. But some people would say that's a point of preventing someone who may not want to spend the dollar, whatever it was at the time. It may be restricting your access to materials, even for Fairfield residents who have paid taxes. So, you have these things. Some libraries have charged if they're on the state border of New York and Connecticut, and, for example, Greenwich, and I'm not sure they're still doing it, but they're obviously very well funded, beautiful library, and we had a lot of the New Yorkers coming over to Connecticut. I believe out-of-state people are being charged a non-resident fee, almost to prevent use or to limit use. That can happen. So there are these different models. Right now, I would say librarians aren't thinking that way. We're trying to figure out the best way of continuing to provide excellent library services with the resources we get. Now, there may be other ways of getting income that would not prevent access and might supplement library services, and I prefer to go down that route, find other income streams.
Right. One of the reasons I'm asking is because I'm seeing, at least with the first selectman's recommendation, that your library materials are going down by a third. And I really don't see this budget situation improving over the next coming years with our problems with the state. I don't think their issues are going to go away immediately. I think it's a long-term problem, which potentially, depending on how it affects us here, can make it your problem as well. So I think everyone's going to be looking for new revenue sources, and I would suggest that you may have to start, unfortunately, looking at that.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I prefer to I prefer to explore the option of finding additional income sources to fund perhaps additional library materials rather than placing a fee or a fine, or et cetera, on the residents of those people who have already paid their taxes to access those materials. So there could be other things we could be looking at. It could be corporate support. I don't know. I'm talking off the top of my head, but I prefer to go that route first before we place some kind of fine or fee on our residents. So I'd prefer to start looking at that as a library board with the help of the Friends, rather than start placing fees on library services, basic library services.
All right. What?
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to follow up with a
Sure,
question, but
sure.
you can.
Go ahead.
Because I'm getting the feeling that history repeats, and I'm looking at some of our former Board of Finance members in the back, and remembering a few years ago that we pushed for the Friends of Fairfield Library to be created. Are they able to help, I know they do special programming and have brought great things to the town, but are they able to help supplement your budget at all, and in ways, or is it strictly special programming?
Largely, their philosophy would be to supplement, not supplant.
Okay.
And so it's usually services that we really do need. And that could be summer reading prizes. We don't ask for the town for that, for children. And they're very basic teen reading prizes for summer. A music concert series, One Book, One Town. We could not do One Book, One Town without the Friends, and that's a community-wide reading program for a month. They do that. And they also very generously give us $10,000 a year for the next 10 years, or 8 years now, for us to buy museum passes. We could not afford that otherwise.
Okay.
So that's the closest they've come to helping us with library materials, a special library material that is beloved in the town. So yes, they do help us.
But not actually books and materials?
No, not usually.
Okay.
Do you know what, either the number of out-of-town residents who use our library, or the percentage of our
700 people.
5,700 non-residents?
Well, okay, those are the people that are borrowing materials.
Borrowing materials from other libraries through our borrowing system?
No, they can be coming in, what you do is you get a valid library card from your town, and then you can come in and be in our database, and we know that you're from Bridgeport, but you're using our library. That's 5,700 people. And we do it, and Fairfield residents obviously do it too. But we have 26,000 plus residents with library card holders, so that's about 80%.
Okay. And do you have a circulation, some type of sheet that shows how many books we have, how many movies we have, how many video games we have, how many
No, I don't have a
movies?
sheet. It
You don't- you
changes
don't-
also. I will tell you, generally, we have about 300,000 library materials right now, and we have about 100 at the branch and about 200 at the main.
How can't you know what that number is? I don't understand. Like, you don't know how many movies you have right now? Or
No, I don't. No, I don't.
How hard would that be to find out?
I can certainly look it up, but I do not have those numbers in my head.
I'm not asking in your head. I'm just asking. I just presume that you would have some type of circulation number of what your materials were by category
Well,
at the office.
okay, so if you're asking me what circulation is, that's different than saying how many materials we have.
Okay.
Circulation, I already mentioned, is about 60% print.
Okay.
About 24% is movies.
Okay.
About 3% is music CDs, 11% is about digital. you're asking me that, I know those numbers. I thought you were asking me how many in each.
Actually, I am. I guess I'm asking you both. So if you can provide, just break out those categories and tell me how, because I'd like to see what it's going to be every year. So if you could just do it, we'd know what it was next year, and then we'd see
Sure,
where you're going
sure.
up. That'd be great. So if you could just break it out, put in one column, put what
Yes.
the percentage of that category is in circulation.
Yeah.
That'd be
can do
great.
that.
I'd appreciate it.
Any further questions? Okay, we need to flip to revenue for a few minutes.
What page is that?
47.
Thank you.
47?
47.
47?
47, yeah.
Anyone have questions on revenue? Mr. Timniak?
Yes. I have a question. On the gallery?
Art gallery?
Art gallery?
Yeah.
Is there any revenue possibilities there?
What happens there is it's managed by the Friends of the Fairfield Public Library. Fairfield Public Library, they do an art show maybe every 6 to 8 weeks. They basically are self-funding that, so they pay for everything to do with that gallery. Periodically, there are sales of art, which is great, and that goes back to the Friends, and the Friends then give us that money based on what we need that year. So, yes, it comes back to us indirectly.
So, has that been looked at, and I thought outside it, like, other auction houses or other high-end art galleries who want to get their product placement there? It's high foot traffic, it's very good. I would think that there would be a high rent dollar associated with that location, the amount of foot traffic which goes through.
We have had a gentleman's agreement with the curatorial committee, art committee, to handle that space, but we could ask them about that. They also book out about a year and a half, two in advance. I mean, it's that popular space, as you're saying, and they tend to feature local artists and giving them exposure in the community. I don't know if they've ever considered that. I can ask them. I don't know.
Mr. Matola?
Just quickly, the revenue money that goes into the general fund, correct?
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Walsh?
The Kinetic card, is that a grant or money that you get from the state for letting others borrow our books? So every town gets that, it's based on circulation?
It's based on, it's based on a per-item circulating thing, yes.
Okay. The grant, was that, the public library grant, is that something that was cut by the governor or something else?
Well, it's basically cut by the governor. I was talking to the state, hoping to get better news, but that's gone this year, or next year.
Okay. And then the photocopy machines, it's going up by 78%. Have you raised your fees or something else like that?
No, they love our photocopiers, and I think it's because we're open long hours.
So the budget, we're just way up on what we did last year versus what we had budgeted?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. But that's a service we require people to pay for,
yes.
as opposed to being free like we were talking about some of the other materials. We
Right.
require people to pay to
Right.
use it. Okay. How much do you charge a page? 10 cents? That's pretty reasonable.
On color, yeah.
What? Color's 50? That's still pretty reasonable. The library fines, you're expecting them to go up about 5.5%?
We hope so, yes.
What's the reasoning that you think it's going to go up 5.5%?
Because we're looking at year-to-date, and it looks good. I mean, we can't predict human
Okay.
behavior, but we're
Sure.
hoping for that.
Okay. It wasn't because fines went up or anything else like that?
No, we put fines up a year or two ago. The board decided that, and we thought we'd get a bigger jump, and we haven't.
Okay.
We tried.
The room rental fees, has the price gone up for that, or is you?
Yes,
Okay,
it
is
has
that the-
gone up.
Is that the reasoning why you're expecting more revenue there?
No, we're just getting more room rentals.
Okay. Okay, that's it.
Okay. And Mr. Timniak?
So this has also been a thought which has floated around in my head for over a year now. The red box movie rental and video, I mean, that would go on the outside, and they would pay rent to have a location there, and that would be income coming in, and it'd be a great opportunity, the way people could stop in and get a video, which the library, one, doesn't have to buy, two, would be newer than what we have on location, and, new releases come out prior to the library getting them, right? We're not that far advanced, are we?
No, sadly.
No, okay. So, it would be, it'd be another touch point for people to go in there, and especially when I think about the Fairfield Woods branch, which doesn't have as many as the videos available, but yet it still has people who are looking for the quick stop. I'm looking as a rental opportunity to provide space for digital material. Is that something the board has looked into before?
No, we have not. We haven't looked into that.
Okay, that'd be something you guys would be willing to look into?
Yeah.
Well, that's where they're located, on the outside of a lot of facilities. Like, there's one outside Cumberland Farms.
Mr. Becker?
And also the gallery space, do you rent that, not the items there, but rent that out
No,
as someone can hold
no,
an
that
event
space
or
is,
something?
that's considered part of library service since the well before that, actually. So it's part of the library, but we have local artists who manage the space and curate the art and display the art and handle the art shows. So we do not rent that space out.
Has somebody, though, gone back and looked at that policy and looked at the potential revenue? I think we're at
no.
a point of the red box to this, to anything, whatever it may be.
Well, there's also the
everything
idea of
seems to be on the table
cafes
of
and,
revenue and looking at expenses, and we're at that point, right?
Yep.
Or the library has less materials and is closed and all the other bad stuff, right? So I would just ask then, certainly, suggest to the board to just go back and at least look. There may be a logical reason why not to, but it's worth it, and it's a very nice space, and people, that is a commodity that people want in this town for events. That's it.
We'll look into it.
Thank
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Any further questions? Mrs. Marmion?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. I want to say thank you, and I'm hoping you feel that the level of questioning has to do with the passion and the engagement that we all feel towards our libraries. The cuts that have been made are large, 8%, 7%. Those are big cuts, and I really respect the work that you do in managing these libraries and the service you give to everybody in this town. Young people, families, seniors, et cetera. So I want to say thank you. And back to my original first question about the strategic plan, I guess you're hearing a lot of comments here, and I'm willing to expect that you're going to take a look at that strategic plan. And as somebody mentioned before, this is just kind of the first year in what may be subsequent cuts, and therefore we do need to think creatively and innovatively and look at what we need to do moving forward from a strategy standpoint. But again, thank you.
I'd also like to thank you guys for breaking out the budget. I know it's not the easiest thing, and I know it's probably not something you're thrilled about doing. And I'd also like to thank the finance department, because I know it was a lot of hard work on your part. And I think we're getting close to exactly having the most accurate numbers, and at least it can show what each of the library locations is costing on a yearly basis. So thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And if any further questions from the board? Okay, since it's taken us quite a while to go through this budget, I see a lot of people possibly for the library in the audience. Is there anyone who would like to speak?
Away. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, please provide us with your name and address.
Sure. It's Bill Hopf. I live at 285 Hemlock Hills Road North. And so I just thought I'd just tell just a very short thing about myself. I became passionate about the library because I became unemployed, and I went to the library because they had what they called a boot camp for people who were looking for work, and there was a gal named Ann Wright who runs it, and she also does one-on-one interviews. But basically, what it is, it's a networking group, and she would advise you on how to interview and etc. And I also, the Small Business Administration has a group, and I met with them, and ultimately I've got my own business, and I feel I'm doing pretty well, but I felt I needed to give back to the library because of that. And I think my point is going to be is that libraries are much more than books and materials, and I think in particular our library is a very important cultural institution for our town, because there are so many things that go on in the library, in the various rooms that they have. And you can find out, you learn about history. The webmaster gives courses on Facebook and Twitter, etc. And there's computer courses on it, and also concerts and things of that nature. So my purpose in speaking to you is that while the library needs to take cuts just like everybody else does, it's that time, it's that kind of situation. I think that my hope is that it'll be, let's just say, I wouldn't want it to become any more, because I realize these things can change, and that they be as less as they can. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Friends, but I am the Vice President of the Friends of the Fairfield Public Library, just to give you an indication of my commitment. And as a group, we do a lot of volunteer hours. So I think that's one of the things that we do for the library, because we do take the place of some of the people that the library might have to employ. Like when you walk into something that you can see, when you walk into the main library, there's a person sitting to the right in the ambassador's desk, and that's where the used books are, which we sell for 50 cents or $1. And that person's a volunteer, for instance. That's a visible person. So that's my oh, and the other thing is I do a lot of fundraising. That's one of the things that I guess I'm good at. So I go around to the merchants in town for we have a couple of fundraisers every year. One is the mini golf, and also the ladies' literary luncheon. And I've there's about 100 small businesses that contribute in some way to our fundraisers for the benefit of the library. So I think that the small businesses in town do see the value as well. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good evening, and thank you for your work and service on behalf of the town. My name is Duncan Banfield, reside at 208 South Benson Road in Fairfield. I'm a member of the Library Board of Trustees. Want to really echo many of the comments that Mr. Hoff just shared with you all. My own personal story in terms of my involvement with the library, my children. I think the value that they've gained in the times that we've lived in this town, what they've been able to do, and the access that they've had. And it's not just me. I speak also for my friends and others with whom I'm in contact as a part of my role, both as a trustee, but as a member of the community. Tremendous benefit. It is a center and a nexus of our town. The value it provides, I want to make sure, and I think you all know very well from many years at this, but the broad reach. All right, so whether you're a parent, whether it's a child, whether you're a job seeker, whether you're a senior, there's a number of different elements that our library serves. And so the ability, and I think as Karen shared with you earlier, to make sure, and we're going to take our cuts. We understand the need for that and the times in which we live right now. but making sure that we preserve as best we can and look at an equal basis of where we make these cuts. I think that's a sound and appropriate approach that we take. I also do feel the comments you made, Mr. Becker, in terms of thinking about, we're in this certain environment right now, finding ways to be more resourceful, whether it is finding new revenue streams and what we try and do in ways. I want to convey, as a member of the board, that we are very intent upon finding ways to enhance this, upon ways to leverage technology to better serve, to become more efficient in that way, to help find new revenue streams, be they charitable donations to the organization or appropriate charging for specific activities, services, what have you. But I would say that you have our commitment as a board to be very focused and to help the library leadership that we have right now be as effective as we can be in serving the community. All right? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we'll try to move on to the tax collector on page 196.
Wait a minute. Are they all, I don't know if they're all.
Oh.
There's other people.
Oh, there were other people, sorry. Okay.
Sorry. Alex Durrell, 64 Woodcrest Road, RTM District 3. I just want you to know the library, the Fairfield Woods Library, is a wonderful resource. My daughter goes there for sewing class every Wednesday night, as well as the Down Under for Fairfield Woods, Fairfield Woods Middle School. She's there 3 or 4 days a week down in the basement, and I usually have to drag her up the stairs to get out. So they do a good job. It's a great resource. I understand cuts need to be made, and 8% is pretty strong cut. That's 1 out of every $12. And let's see what we can do to help the library. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Alex. Thanks.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on the library? No. Okay, so now we'll move on to the tax collector budget on page 196.
Well, Mr. Kozlowski comes up to the office since this is his first time here, and let me introduce him a little formally. David started with us just this month, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. We recruited him away from the town of Berlin, where he's been the tax collector for the last 5 years. He has been a teacher with the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association. He's also a co-chair of the legislative committee of the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association currently. And we're fortunate to have been able to convince him to come to work for the town of Fairfield. With that, I turn the budget presentation to David.
Oh, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Just wanted to introduce myself. As Bob mentioned, I'm Dave Kozlowski. I came from the town of Berlin. I've been with the town of Fairfield for just under a month now, about 3 weeks. And as everyone's well aware, the position of tax collector is probably one of the oldest positions in existence. It's been around since the dawn of time.
And most loved, right?
Exactly. I've worn a target on my back for Halloween before, out of fun, and But what I wanted to say was, as I mentioned, and it's the tax office. When people come into a tax office, they liken it to walking into the dentist, the DMV, or that high school class the class you hated in high school. And what really impressed me just in my 3 weeks of time here is I don't get that impression with Fairfield. I've worked for Berlin, as Bob mentioned. I've also worked for Southington, which is a town a little bit smaller than Fairfield, but closer in size. Berlin was a lot smaller. I've done everything from tax clerk, taking payments, answering phones, opening mail, all the way up to the administrative duties. So I know, the bottom level of things to the top level. And what's really impressed me is in my 3 weeks, I've had a taxpayer call me and personally thank me for the pleasure, the wonderful experience they had with one of my staff members in helping them deal with a difficult situation. I've been pulled from my office by a taxpayer at the counter, and usually when that happens, that's a very bad thing. And this was on my second or third day, so I said, okay, we're starting already. And I get up there and she said, you know what? And I'm ready for her to yell at me. And she says, I just want to thank you. Your office is a pleasure. I come in here and they're all working as a team. They're all conversing together. They're all, exhibiting a great attitude. And I believe in that because that's a reflection, if we have a great attitude, then the taxpayers will have a great attitude. The other thing that I was impressed with was a kiosk, a self-service kiosk was in the works. My supervisor, Bob Mayer, came up with a computer kiosk because of the fact that you cannot pay with a credit card in our office. And, that in 2017, that's unacceptable. In every town I've worked for, we've never had credit card or the option of paying with a credit card, and it's always been received with a very nasty attitude. I've had people say, like I said, if this is 2016, 2017, what do you mean I can't pay with a credit card? They walk out slamming the door. And so as of March 1st, the computer kiosk is up and running. And, it is something that people obviously, they're not aware of at first. They're not comfortable using on their own, but I have no problem walking them up the ramp to the lobby, showing them the kiosk. I've trained my staff on how to do it as well. We've had people, the typical a delinquent taxpayer that comes in because they waited 2 hours in line at the DMV, find out they have delinquent taxes, find out they wasted their time standing in line for 2 hours. They come into our office stomping their feet, all agitated, and the last thing they want to hear from us is, oh, you just waited 2 hours and you can't register? Well, guess what? You can't pay with a credit card. So now we offer that service. I had a gentleman come in with that very scenario. I walked him up, he paid with a credit card, and he left our office with a smile. So, we are changing the experience in our office for the better. And on top of being able to pay with a credit card in our office, the DMV has upgraded their system. So no longer do you get a paper release or a stamp if you're late with your taxes. We release them electronically through DMV's system. It's an instant release that occurs in real time. And at the kiosk, the kiosk is programmed. The IT did a great job. They programmed it so that the public only has access to our tax records. They can pay their taxes. They can look up their taxes on the kiosk for income tax purposes. The other site they have access to is the DMV's website, because along with upgrading their website so that we can release immediately, the other thing that taxpayers can do is, even if you are delinquent on your taxes, you can register your vehicle online. So it's sort of one-stop shopping. People can come to our town hall now. They can pay their taxes with a credit card online in town hall, and at the very same time, they can register their vehicle. They can register their vehicle as well, so they don't have to go to the DMV.
Great.
So I just, kind of rambling on here, but I just wanted to express, my first impression with the office. They exhibit great customer service, and I'm very impressed with the mechanisms we have in place that provide that customer service for the taxpayers.
That was very helpful for us to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want to discuss your revenue first, and then we'll discuss your expense side? The revenue's on page,
David wasn't here when we
Okay.
did the revenue, and I'm not sure.
so,
Just briefly go through that. It's on page 43. So, everybody there?
yep.
Right, so the current year levy obviously is, budget-driven, after all other revenues are calculated, expenses are calculated, so it's based upon the current budget. Prior year levy, as you see, goes up from this year's budget of $2,194,000 to $4,422,000. That's anticipating tax sale. We have not had a tax sale in a while. We have close to, currently close to $7 million in back taxes. That's collecting 18, that's including interest, collecting 18% and compounding. Obviously, for this year's budget, we're hoping some of that is collected, so we can't put the whole thing in next year's budget. But this is a calculation based upon my evaluation of past payment practice patterns and future, and what we might have left at the end of the year that would be reasonable to have for next year.
How much did, the last time we did a tax sale, how much did we bring in?
I don't recall. That was, what, 4 years ago? 3?
Yeah, I think it was 4 years ago. I'm not sure the exact figure.
Yeah, it was actually a lien sale, wasn't it?
It was
No,
a what?
we did a tax sale.
No,
We did a
it
tax
was
sale.
it was a tax sale.
We did a tax sale.
Would you, somebody be able to provide that to us?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. The interest amount is based upon the same database, the same evaluation. And the liens and fees, those are just kind of estimates. They're 3-year average, obviously. Not obviously, but, so that's the revenue. Questions?
Any questions?
When you do the tax sale information, is the interest based on that tax sale?
The interest that that's charged, that's accrued to each account is 18% per year.
Okay.
So it's related to, you know, if it's a $20,000 bill and it's tax bill and it's 1 year, it's 18% of $20,000. If it's 2 years, it's 36%.
So when we do the tax sale with that amount of revenue coming in, part of that will be interest, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you're saying that the interest is going up?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And if, I don't know if you have from the tax sale, what percentage was taxes coming in delinquent, plus what part was interest? And if you have that, if you could just give us that brief calculation.
Will do.
Thank you.
Mr. Bateson, did you have a question?
No, disregard, I found it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, let's flip.
I also just wanted to make a quick comment in mentioning the tax sales. I did do a tax sale as well, right around the same time in the town of Berlin, with the same attorney that Fairfield had used. So, you know, I am very familiar with the attorney as well as the process that goes with it.
Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, thank you. Different question. To Bob or Mike, tax collector, PETA, isn't it, that's not a department head?
I'm sorry?
Tax collector.
Tax
It says
collector's
here,
a
PETA.
a union position.
Tax collector, it's not a department head.
It's a department head, but it's a union position.
Okay.
It's kind of like sub-department head. I mean, you got,
It'd be like a mid-manager under the...
mid-manager.
Okay, so he's in a bargaining unit.
Purchasing.
Okay. Dave, welcome to Fairfield. Quick question. In your brief stay here, what's your opinion on staffing levels? Is this similar to what you've seen in other departments that you worked in?
It is, yes. In Southington, which is a town of 50,000, they had about one less staff member. When I was tax collector in Berlin, we had 3.5. We had myself, 2 full-timers, but again, it's a town of 20,000, so, you know, much smaller.
Now, what about, like, you had mentioned Southington, do they do biannual taxes or quarterly?
Biannual.
Okay.
And they do not collect sewer. They do nothing with water or sewer.
And what do you see, they don't collect water or sewer?
No.
Okay. And what do you see when it comes to tax collection? I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff migrating to online. Where do you see us in the next 4 or 5 years in this department? Do you expect staffing levels to decrease? I mean, how are you going to, with technology the way it is today, expect to see more technology, less staffing? Is that where you see this industry going?
It's tough to say because people just, they never understand taxes completely, so, you know, the information is available online, but even so, people are always calling us, asking questions. You know, it's always confusing because of the fact that we're on, you know, a grand list year, not a calendar year. People, you know, they don't understand when they get rid of a vehicle that the DMV gives them a receipt, but they think it's automatic, that automatically goes to us and their bill is adjusted, but really the onus is on the taxpayer to bring that receipt to the assessor, get the bill adjusted. I just don't think the questions are ever going to go away, or I don't think the questions are ever going to decrease.
I would say predominantly, though, your business is actually collecting taxes as opposed to answering questions. I'm just saying, you know, I know this is something that we've discussed over the years. I just expect to see this migrating to online, you know, self-serve, and, you know, going into the future, I'm hoping to see staffing levels decrease.
I could see it possible long-term over time as people get more and more comfortable with technology and the concept of your tax bill being viewable online. You know, it's always been viewable online for the last couple of years, but not everyone is aware of it. But I can see a scenario where, as time goes on, people get more acclimated to it.
That's what I'm looking for.
A couple more comments on that, if I may. Two things. One, we've done, like, for example, people in Fairfield can now pay at every People's Branch, and that was an idea to move people out. Secondly, just as a point of reference to respect to comparable staffing, Westport has half the units and 13 staff, and we have 7 staff.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Westport has half the units, and they have 13, almost double the staff. They have 13 staff.
All full-time?
Yeah.
They got double everything. They got double the administrators. They got double the amount of salt they put down on their roads.
And
They
I
like spending
believe,
money, man. This board could do a lot of work over there.
And I believe that Hartford, the city of Hartford, has about 7 staff, and you know that's a city of 120,000 people. So.
Mr. Timiak? And then Mr.
The town of Stratford has 6, and it's a town of 53,000 people. And I've been monitoring very closely, and I'm sure we talked about this last year. The level of participation rate for People's Bank keeps going up and up and up each year. And then we also have more people going to the computers as well. You have the mortgage payments, which is automatic to the tax collector's office.
Yeah.
And now we have a kiosk, which is just fantastic news. It sounds to me like we have everything in place right now for an actual reduction and maybe more money to focus on marketing to let people know there are actually 3, if not 4, separate options available in lieu of standing in line. And then, you know, you have 2 busy months, January and July, right? And the rest is basically waiting around for the,
We bill quarterly.
oh, okay. So
There's real estate in April and October, and that also coincides with the sewer use bills.
all right. So, if you base it around that and you go ahead, is People's collecting our sewer as well?
I don't think so. But
Sewer fees?
I don't believe so. And Peoples is only collecting during the 4 collection months. They're,
Right.
you know, because they're only instructed to do the basics. If someone hands them the coupon with the bill and the check or the cash matches, they take it. But if they're delinquent, if it's, you know, something other than the basic, then, you know, they're not allowed to take the payment. Or if it's during non-collection months.
Right, no, I get that, is what I'm saying, is there are options available.
Yeah, yes.
And we have been slowly implementing these options and ramping them up, and, you know, at some point, the reason why we've implemented these options is to give our residents options,
Yes.
with the hope of a staff reduction coming along. That's why, so, I mean,
These are things that I've looked at a little bit, and David has been here 3 weeks, and this is what we'll be discussing. Like, for example, I've talked to people about, not formally yet, but what would the savings be, if any? What would the adjustments in the office be if we went to twice annual bills, biannual instead of quarterly? So we haven't talked about that specifically with the staffing, but in talking about that with some of the residents and people that live here, you know, people say, "Oh no, you can't do that," but if you did it, I don't think. You know, sometimes you just change.
right, sometimes you just
adjust.
change, yeah.
Right,
Sometimes you
yeah. Yeah, so-
modernize.
So the questions that you and Ed are asking are certainly valid questions, and there's certainly things that we look at. And,
I say this is one of the best examples government's had of implementing new systems, using a private company, People's Bank, to help alleviate the burden, and especially our town hall, which isn't capable of handling, a line of 50 people comfortably. At that point, just the service entry isn't. So here we've done a good job as a town, and now I'm ready for the savings on the other end.
Any other questions? Mrs. Marmion?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, and it's more of a comment than a question, but I know this was several terms ago, I guess, on the RTM. I was on the Senior and Disabled Tax Relief Committee, and one of the main things we heard from seniors was they weren't necessarily accessing this program because they didn't understand it, and the best thing that they could do was go down and talk to one of your staff members and take the time and work it through and understand the implications. And
Yeah, are you referring to the online system?
no, they would actually, they needed an explanation from a human being in Fairfield at your office to understand how this program kind of worked. And so I just want to say that the human element for the residents of our town is very important.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, I will say, the systems that have been put in place are excellent. I personally have used your payment online, to making deductions out of my account directly, and it's de minimis cost, but it saves you a heck of a lot of time if you're there towards the end of July of waiting in those lines. So I think they've been great. Yeah, could they be marketed a little bit more? I guess I'll leave that to you, but maybe some signs, some large marketing signs coming in, showing an option of People's, an option of online, just to remind the people who are sitting there
And
there are better ways they can to spend their time.
I can speak to our online vendor, Invoice Cloud, who we do our online payments through. Obviously, they charge a fee, so
Yes.
I know.
The fee to pay it out, like not the credit card payment, but just having it taken out of your bank account. But
Yeah, they charge
it's
the
de
fee
minimis.
for it's
Yeah.
a minimal fee for the e-check, but
Yeah.
they get a fee, so they'd be willing to do advertising for us, and obviously
great.
they wouldn't charge a cost because it's business for them to do the advertising.
Yeah.
The same people's too.
It'd be interesting if you could work, I know you guys are working through this, and I know you're new, but to figure out kind of what the levels of transactions that your staff is handling from one year to the next, and whether they're going down because of some of these options. I don't need that number tonight, but it'd be, maybe at another quarterly meeting, you guys can make some presentation or something on that.
the other thing that it's only been recently, that it's only been a year that we took over the sewer
Yeah.
billings.
Okay. I presume there's not a lot of credit card transactions, because you have to pay that large, it's a pretty large fee. Well, I know that's what the credit cards are charging you guys, so it's a direct, it's not really coming to
Yeah,
you, it's what they're taking out.
It's 2.95%, so it's a large fee.
If you're making a
if
couple
you're
$1,000
paying
payment.
like a real estate tax.
Yes.
bill. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
I'm sure
haven't-
there's not a lot of real estate taxes being paid with that.
I haven't dived into the numbers. So
Sure.
I can certainly look at that.
Yeah.
It
And I'm not suggesting that we at the town pay that fee, because
I mean,
I certainly don't think we should be doing that.
As a courtesy to the
So,
taxpayers, we
but-
always.
Yeah, but if they want to do that, that's fine. It's just, I could just see on the large real estate numbers, if you have, a $2,500 quarterly bill that's due, that percentage adds up. So that's for them to decide how they want to do that. If they want to do an electronic check or however.
Just, we always encourage them to go
Yeah.
that route and kind of, use we explain the credit card as a last resort and try to encourage the e-check route first, because it's a 95-cent flat fee.
Great. And then, that's all I have.
Mr. Becker?
So when is the Invoice Cloud up as a contract? Like, at some point, we can once again negotiate what the rates are for that? Because I asked this a couple of years ago, and
Yep.
like, that percentage isn't bad, but it is a little bit up there. And if you were to say, oh, well, that's because of them using, us using their services, you'd say, well, maybe they should charge a percentage plus the 95 cents that they're charging on the check side. So at what point can we go back in and negotiate that?
As far as I know, it's a standard rate. We use Invoice Cloud in Berlin, where I just came from, and same exact rates, 95-cent flat fee for e-check, $2, 2.95% for credit card. The only thing that we can waiver on is the e-check fee. Some towns actually absorb the cost, and they offer the e-check option with no fee. I mean, but that's, obviously that comes with a cost.
So a group of towns would perhaps have to get together and try to convince them to drop the rate down some?
I mean, and there are other
there are a
vendors
fair
out
amount.
there that we could look at as well.
Okay. Because I think it's not a bad fee, but it's definitely a little bit, discouraging.
from-
So you want to
from-
entice people, and you want to keep the costs,
Yeah.
as people are using any of these services, always at a minimum being the general public, right? So, and the other question regarding the Invoice Cloud, it's certainly better than the product I think that we were using before. They're a bit more feature-rich, and they can kind of engage with users and remind you of the bills and whatnot. But it is lacking in some of its search abilities. It seems that if you're a general homeowner and you want to just put your name in, a lot of times it all comes up. But there are times that you try to find things, and you've got to still pick up the phone and find out like the bill number or things
Meaning
like that.
when you're searching for your payment?
Yeah. So
That's
are they-
actually not Invoice Cloud.
Okay.
So that's called Q-Search. That's the search engine through Quality Data Services, which is our tax software.
Okay.
So they offer the ability to search by last name and first initial, or you can search by property address, bill number. The one thing that is difficult is if you have a leased vehicle. There's no way around that. You have to call us first because we don't allow you to search by license plate. By state law, we're not allowed to do that. So you have to call us first, provide the license plate, and then we can give the tax information if you need it, or we can give you the bill number so you can look it up online.
Got it. Okay. I think I'm good for now, and certainly look forward to more maybe in a year when you can come back and take some more feedback about head count and whatnot.
And just when you had talked about the fees, in the 3 towns I've worked in now for the last 8 or 9 years, I have dealt with probably 4 or 5 credit card vendors, and for the most part, the credit card fee has always been 3%, 2.95%. That really is like if we were to put out an RFP and use a new vendor, they're all, and put it out there to other vendors, they're all pretty much going to offer that fee for credit cards. I think it's something that they can't really waiver from because that's what they're offered from the credit card companies.
Okay.
Can I ask one question? If, as you realize, the state might not be giving us final numbers until many months after our budget is set. And I guess there's correct me if I'm wrong, but state statute that would allow our Board of Finance to go in and issue possibly supplemental bills. If we were to do that, how much expense is that going to be for you guys to be sending out new tax bills?
We'd probably have to, obviously, we'd have to substantially increase the postage. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but it also would be it would be a huge inconvenience for the taxpayers just because you get the news out there, whether through the newspaper, through the website, whatever, media you can do, but for whatever reason, it doesn't get across to everyone. So there's going to be those people that pay the initial bill possibly, or, they don't realize there's a supplemental bill out there, and then it's late, and then we have to charge them interest. We can't waive it because of state law. Just from my own personal experience in Berlin, we used to collect real estate taxes only once a year. And then just in my last year, the town council approved switching to twice a year. And it was a nightmare because, people were paying the full bill in July, not realizing that they could have held on to that other half and not paid it until January, or, just like here, we send the bill out only once a year. So right before I had left Berlin, we had a lot of angry people in early February asking, why are you charging me interest? I never got the bill. So, there's a big learning curve when you introduce something new, especially when it comes to taxes. People are conditioned, they've lived in town forever, they pay their taxes, they know they're due every July, and they've never had a supplemental tax. So there's that other end of things, is the inconvenience to the taxpayers.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a great inconvenience on our part from the legislature
I
to
understand that
not
as
know
well.
what amount of money we're getting it in, and it being off by millions and millions of dollars. If you were to send out that first tax bill, is there a way to easily put a letter in there to explain to people what potentially could be happening?
Yeah, we could do that. Quality Data, our tax software, we do our printing services through them as well, and they can easily do inserts for us, and it can be like a buck slip insert, so, just a third of a page, so it's at a lesser cost. They can put it on neon paper to make it as noticeable as possible. It's actually what we did when we went from 1 installment to 2 installments in Berlin for real estate.
Okay.
And we tried every avenue we could to make people aware.
And how does that work with the escrow companies? Because a substantial number of your payments come in from people escrowing their taxes through their mortgage companies, correct?
Yes.
So you'd have to put a new notice out to, is that an electronic notice to?
Yeah, so we would have to put a letter out to all the banks. It could be electronic, it could be through the mail. And again, just speaking with Berlin, it was another problem for taxpayers because they owed taxes once a year. The escrow companies estimated a certain amount, and then the taxpayers were getting refunds. And they were getting refunds because the escrow companies no longer had to estimate for 12 months. And, it led to a lot more work for us because we had this onslaught of phone calls that came out of nowhere.
Yep.
At a time we least expected it. And, it was confusion for taxpayers because then they were coming in with their refund and trying to pay the taxes, and we're saying, well, no, don't do this because your bank is still going to pay your second half. They said, well, I need to pay this because my income taxes are going to take a hit because my bank won't pay it till January. It just caused a major headache for us, major headache for the taxpayers, but those are just things to anticipate.
Now, if that were to happen and we had to increase taxes, is that a supplemental bill, or do you just say the taxes are now X, Y, Z, and for the remaining quarters, the second, third, and fourth quarters, this is what you owe for each of those quarters? Or is it the first bill's out there, you could pay that quarterly, and then we'd issue a supplemental bill, which they can pay for the last 3 quarters, so they'd have 2 tax bills side by side? And I don't know, you may not have the answer to this either, so I'm not asking you to commit to it.
I've never gone through that process
that's
before.
Fine. Then we
Plus,
shouldn't probably talk about it.
We've
We've never gone through it either, so.
As a savings for printing and postage, that quarterly bill, we only send out once a year in July, so
Yeah.
it's hard to say how it would work. I think it's something we'd have to think about.
Is there a way to send out just the quarterly bill, the first quarter bill, and say you'll be getting a subsequent bill of second, third, and fourth quarters will be coming in as subsequent after the state sets its budget?
Yeah, we could do. There's nothing that says that we have to stick to sending all four quarters out at once.
Okay.
Newington is a neighboring town. When I worked in Berlin, they bill twice a year, and their council approved sending out each installment in July and January.
Okay.
So there's nothing that says that we have to send everything all in one shot.
Obviously, you'll have to work with the first selectman and the chief fiscal officer to figure out what we're going to do.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, obviously, we've looked and discussed all these things. The other one that's on the table is depending upon what the timing might be.
It's what?
Depending upon what the timing might be
Yes.
of when we would know.
Yeah.
Just don't send out a tax bill, period. Get a short-term.
great.
Get a short-term loan, which is negotiable.
So we would not send out a tax bill. So say we did that.
We would give it a line of credit from the bank.
Line of credit for the bank for what we need to spend.
What we need to spend for a month or whatever.
And then people would have to pay their bill over 3 quarters as opposed to 4 or something like that?
Well, as soon as we knew, we would send the bills out, and they could, so we're looking at this, there's multiple ways to approach it. We're
Sure.
just
Okay.
waiting to see how it
Thank
all
you.
falls out.
Or they might have to pay the first installment in August or September, but then have a quick turnaround for the second installment.
I'm sure people will love that.
Any further questions? Okay, well, thank you very much. It's been very informative.
You're welcome. Good luck. Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess now we're going to, do we need a 5-minute break, or should we work right through? Okay. How about we try to get through the not-for-profits, and then we'll take a 5-minute break? Does that work?
You have the information technology there.
Oh, information. Oh, okay.
So do this first and then break?
Sure.
All right. So David Kelly, you can all see that I have a proclivity to hiring people with the names of D, right? David Kelly, David Klazuski, Dennis McCarthy, Karen Dunn. So if you don't have a D in your name, don't apply. Unless your name is Gerald
I
Folk.
knew I had an impact on you.
He was here a couple weeks ago.
Right. But anyway, we got David Kelly. David is obviously not as new as David Kluski, but a little bit of formal recognition. He has a Bachelor of Science in Engineering and Computer Science. He has a Master of Business Administration for Hartford, and he worked, his last position was 13 years with the University of Hartford as Director of Internal Information Technology Services, Technical and Network Services. So that's David.
Okay, welcome. So your budget is on page 139.
I think 200.
200, oh, I'm reading the wrong thing. Page 200, sorry. Okay. Is there anything you would like to discuss about your budget before we start asking questions? Or
Sure. My prepared remarks aren't as elegant as some of my predecessors this evening, but I started with the town on December 5th. On December 6th, one of my staff said, gee, you need to get to Linda Gardner and put in a budget for the new year. And I said, oh, when's that due? And he said, 6 weeks ago. So I went on kind of a crash course in the Munis ERP system and studied previous year budgets to try to figure out how things worked and where the money goes and how IT functions. And so this was very much a breakneck speed formulation of a budget for me. Town IT provides information technology and voice services to all town facilities, about 30 locations, everything essentially except the schools. They have a separate IT department. We deploy technology devices such as desktops, laptops, tablets, and cell phones, and provide user support and repair services through a help desk technician. We do infrastructure installation and maintenance, which includes servers, in-building networks, town-wide networking with the help of an outside vendor, Wi-Fi and data security using a systems administrator. And we provide the application systems integration and software support through 2 programmer analysts. So it's a relatively small department. We serve roughly 500 people. In my previous environment, our IT department served closer to 1,000 people, and it was a department of 26 people. So we get quite a bit of bang for the buck out of the IT department here in town. Here in town, we do lean more on outside contractors and outsourcing than we did in my previous environment, but still, there's quite a bit of value there. Our budget is about 16% lower than last year. I'd love to claim credit for that, but I can't. It's various other things that have occurred that have been a lot of that. The lion's share of our budget, around 79%, is in fixed contractual kinds of spending, let's say non-discretionary items. Munis contract, Microsoft contract, ChimeNet contract, phone bills, and various software packages that are shared by more than one department in town are largely funded through IT. I guess a few years back, looking at the budgets, IT used to pay for lots of software for lots of departments, but much of that has been moved out to the departments, I guess, to kind of cost allocate what department uses what software and whatnot. The remaining 21% is mostly in our capital outlay line. However, my budget this year is primarily what I would consider to be a maintenance budget, keep things going, keep the lights on. I just feel I'm a little too new to come up with any great new projects or suggestions or directions yet. I don't have a long-term strategic plan in place yet. So that when I have a capital outlay item where I'm buying computers or servers or whatnot, it's basically to maintain the fleet with a few items that I know are coming down the pike in the future. I watched the video of a meeting of a couple weeks back, a rather tortured session discussing the age of town trucks and when do you replace an old asset and how much longer can you maintain and limp along with an asset. We do have some items like that in technology. I'd say that the closest comparable thing would be the large-sized laser printers in town. Our largest laser printers in town are a little over 12 years old now, which is very old for a laser printer, especially one that's used heavily. And then we also have what I would call asset usefulness cliffs. These are things where an asset may not be old or worn out, but a vendor does something to make it obsolete. Some examples of that, and it's one of the items that I've included in the capital line this year, the town's Wi-Fi networking system goes end of life, I believe, in 2019. What that means is that if it breaks, the vendor won't fix it. We just will suddenly not have Wi-Fi in town. Computers, older computers. We have roughly a 5-year replacement cycle right now for desktop and laptop computers. That's a little long compared to many organizations, but in town I think it's appropriate and acceptable. However, Microsoft will be ending support for Windows 7 in January of 2020. That may seem like quite a long time away, but we have to start planning now to be able to upgrade our systems to Windows 10. That means that we can't have very old computers in the fleet because they will not run Windows 10 very well. Indeed, Microsoft's minimum requirements to get to to Windows 10 are relatively low, but you never actually want to try to use a computer with the vendor's minimum hardware requirements. I don't want to take an employee who's working on a reasonably well-functioning computer, upgrade them to Windows 10, and set them back 3 years in performance. It's just not a very productive thing to do. Much of the capital outlay is toward keeping the fleet up to date, rolling off the oldest machines, and moving forward. Generally, in IT, we don't purchase extended warranties on equipment. I think that's a good way to work. Vendors will offer us warranties on a computer to extend it for a 4th or 5th or 6th year. The concern there is that you're spending $100 a year to maintain a computer for 3 extra years, and then at the end of that 5 or 6 years, you have a 6-year-old asset that is not very suitable. So generally speaking, I think it's better to actually use that money and put it toward the next computer and just maintain a slightly shorter replacement cycle. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions? Mrs. Marmon?
So I just have a question on the reductions in the overtime earnings and in the seasonal payroll. Can you just address those decreases for us, please?
We adjusted the seasonal to just the 3-year average. We've had some extra help in the summers in the past, and given our PC upgrades that we need to do, and the possibility that we'll be working on a new telephone system sometime this summer, another set of hands still seems to be a reasonable expectation. We want a little more help, just part-time, to backfill the people in the department that are working on both of these projects. But it's hard to predict what we would really want, so we adjusted the seasonal one to the 3-year actuals. We adjusted the overtime earnings to an average of the 2, not the most recent year, but the 2 previous years. In the most recent year, we had a very outsized overtime number because one of the department members was stepping up to help fill in for the absence of an IT director. So we kind of call that an outlier, so we just averaged the 2 years before that.
Just as a follow-up, do you use students from Fairfield University or SHU or University of Hartford for some of your IT work, or is that a program that's in place? As interns, in other words,
Yeah.
non-paid?
We had a long-term intern who started out as a Fairfield High School student and then worked as a University of Connecticut student until he graduated and went to Wall Street. That was the person we had right up until last spring.
I guess what I'm asking, is there a plan that you see implementing in terms of working with the students
Well, I
here?
think that it's a good thing to get a student work experience. I think it's good for the town and good for the student to be able to come work for the town.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, that's where I would look for another person.
thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Walsh?
Explain to me the IT software reduction. From 17 to 18.
Oh, okay. The town made a purchase of a Microsoft Enterprise Agreement several years back.
Yes.
The way an upfront purchase works is Microsoft bills it over 3 years.
Okay.
We will be making the final of the 3 payments in this fiscal year.
17.
So going forward, we will only be paying for what they call software assurance. So you make the upfront purchase, but after you're done with the purchase of software, the ongoing maintenance of it is substantially less. And that's the lion's share of our budget decrease.
So we now will make the purchase at the time we buy the machine?
I'm sorry?
At the time we buy each machine, we'll pay for, say, the Microsoft license?
No. The Microsoft Enterprise Agreement has the licenses to Office, servers, SQL database licensing,
Okay.
things like that. We now own the rights to use all of that software on our 520 machines or whatever the count is. Going forward, in order to continue using all of that stuff, we now pay a maintenance payment on that agreement. We're not buying a client access license to our servers with each machine. We as a town pay by the number of users that access the various servers. So that's an ongoing, separate from buying computers payment.
All right.
Could I just, how long will that last us until we have to repurchase it, or?
Well, as long as you stay on software assurance, you never make the big upfront purchase again. You just pay the lesser every year going forward.
Okay.
And if we move to Microsoft, say 7 to 10?
We're allowed to do that.
We're allowed to
within
do
our
that
existing
anytime we
licensing.
want?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. So are some of the computers going to go to 10 already, or are we going to make that jump all at one point in time?
It's not going to be realistic to try to upgrade all 500 and something computers at once. First, we have to test our systems to make sure that, the existing software base, to make sure that it works. And if there's a problem or an issue and we're running an older version of some software, we may need to do some upgrades first. But generally, that I would not expect to be a cost thing because we pay maintenance for many of these software packages with the vendors now. Once we do that, we'll probably trickle out a few test machines for some of our early adopter type employees in certain places to make sure that the transition's smooth, to figure out if we need to also provide some kind of training to people on how to use the new operating system, things like that. But it would happen gradually over time. I would think that at some point, whether it's this summer or fall, we may begin delivering the new computers that we deliver with the new operating system already on them. So when you get a new machine, you'll have the new OS with it.
I see that you're spending $40,000 in network routers, switches, and appliances. And it talks about some of the reasons being security related as well, correct?
Yes.
How, I think I saw it on page 203 under the network router switches, number 6.
Yep. We operate network equipment in almost 30 locations in town. With a fleet of equipment that size, there's a natural replacement cycle, just like with PCs, laptops, things like that. There's a natural replacement cycle and upgrade thing. Some of our switches, I've learned, are what we call unmanaged dumb devices. that means that we can't remotely check them to make sure they're working or solve a problem or change a configuration. I would like to take some of those older, earlier purchases and upgrade them as well to a fully remotely manageable device.
Since, I know you've only been there a short time, but how do you think we are doing in regards to the security of our system and preventing attacks from the outside? I mean, do we need to be hardened anymore, or you think we're properly hardened in regards to security?
Could I ask just that we're careful with how much we discuss of this in a public hearing, please?
All right, we can go into executive session.
If that's what you want to do, that's fine, but not in a public session.
I really don't care. I want to know the answer to the question. John, you can yell all you want.
Ridiculous.
I can ask any question I want here.
out here waiting
I really
for
don't care.
2.5 hours.
I want to analyze this
Good for
budget.
you.
I'm going to. You can go home if you want.
No, I don't want to go home. I want to get on with the
You
meeting.
clearly want to go home. Go home. So if we need to talk about an executive session, let's go into executive session.
Okay. I guess we'll take a vote.
Make a motion, we go into a private executive session for Mr. Walsh's questions.
Okay. And Jim Walsh will second it? Okay. I guess we'll take a recess.
Well, excuse me, you need to actually hold the vote.
Okay. Oh, sorry. All in favor of going into recess for private executive session? Okay.
Now you need to ask who's opposed.
Okay, who's opposed? Sorry.
Okay, go in private executive session, you need a two-thirds vote.
Okay.
The motion failed.
Motion. Okay.
We can't vote on this, right?
Correct. We can't.
No. I mean, you could ask yourself to go into executive session, and clearly you, potentially, if Mike voted with you, Chris, you would have two-thirds to go into executive session. So you can make your own motion to go into executive session on the Board of Selectmen.
No, we can't,
Why not?
because this is not a Board of Selectmen meeting.
It's a joint meeting.
No, it's not.
Okay, let's move forward.
Okay.
So, what will the equipment that you have do for security? The equipment that you're looking for, how will that harden our security?
The equipment is not security hardening equipment.
Okay.
In this case. This is network switches, just basic plumbing of the network. The connections, the routers, the switches, things like that.
Is there anything in your budget that's going to increase security?
We have items in here to maintain security.
Okay.
That we already run. Our antivirus, for example, our managed firewall service with ChimeNet. There are various elements that are in place that we pay a regular maintenance price to have.
Okay. In regards to the Wi-Fi upgrade, that's a complete system upgrade for the entire town hall? Or is it for all the locations that we have?
Many locations, not just the town hall buildings.
Okay.
We currently have a system that supports about 32 radios, and some larger buildings have several radios, smaller buildings might only have one or two, and they're all connected together in a single system. If that thing in the middle fails, that's the thing that's going end of life that we won't be able to buy maintenance on going forward.
Okay.
We will either upgrade to a similar, newer version of that same thing, or perhaps switch to a different system altogether. I meet regularly with Nancy Burns at Board of Education, and I kind of talk with her about what they're doing there. They used to use the same kind of system that we use now. They've moved to something else. The something else system is one where we can buy it in little pieces. We don't have to do a big bang, buy everything all at once kind of thing. It's a cloud-based system versus a on-premise controller-based system. Now, the fact is that if I want to continue to have Wi-Fi everywhere after 2019, I eventually have to get to all of those locations with whatever I replace, whether it's big bang once or trickling in something different. And I see some advantage to maybe going along with the same vendor and system that Board of Education works, just because it would increase some cooperation and the ability to support each other if we're on the same system again.
In town hall, is there a reason why you don't advertise for the public what the access is? Because like around this room, you'll see wireless internet access right there. You'll see it like 4 spots around this room.
I don't know the culture or why, I don't consider it a big secret. I have found the public access on posters like that at various locations. Why we don't do or don't do it in Town Hall, I'm not sure at this point. I don't see a problem advertising it, you know, on a door or a wall necessarily. As I understand it, the password to it hasn't changed in many, many years. So I don't think it's necessarily an intentional secret. It may just be it hasn't occurred to anyone to post the directions.
Well, your predecessor did used to change it on a quarterly basis, and when I asked him about that, he said he really didn't want the public using it. He said that it took up too much bandwidth in regards to the public using it in everyone's phones and iPads and whatever who come into meetings, and that it was a drain on our resources, and that we did not have the bandwidth in this town to be able to handle it. Do you feel the same way, or do you feel differently?
I feel differently now because the bandwidth has been quintupled since the time that the former director was here.
Mhm.
So I think we can more than accommodate a meeting room full of the public, you know, in a conference room or at a meeting.
Well, I think it might be a good thing that if, that be advertised then.
Yeah, that upgrade, I think, happened just shortly before I arrived, so it's a recent development. But I don't see any need to keep the public off our Wi-Fi. I think it's a good thing to provide to them.
Have you spoken to Nancy Nash in regards to our internet capability, intranet, excuse me, capabilities?
She might prefer to use her current name.
Oh, what's her current name now?
Nancy Burns?
Nancy Burns. Have you spoken with Ms. Burns in regards to internet versus, there was a conversation she had here with your predecessor where they both disagreed in regards to what should be done, and it was unclear to us what direction we were going to be going with that. Mr. Leslie was recommending going in one direction for some services that were going to be costing in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, versus what Ms. Burns was recommending.
Sorry, I have not spoken with her about that yet.
Okay.
I'm seeing her for lunch tomorrow, so I'll ask her that.
Yeah, if you can find out, and I'll just talk to you offline about that.
Sure.
And all of our buildings are connected through some form of, is it an intranet, or how is it, fiber optic system?
We, within a building, we would call it a local area network, and among the buildings, we would call that a wide area network or a metro network. That wide area network, the connections amongst the 29-ish locations that we serve, is provided by a vendor called ChimeNet. ChimeNet brings us the connection into the building, and then it's town-owned equipment and to distribute the network throughout the buildings.
Okay. And was it your recommendation, I think a couple of meetings ago, that we not have a data center?
It was my recommendation that we get the data center that we have out of the basement of Town Hall.
But not to expand it?
I don't expect to need to expand it. The trend has been that the equipment gets smaller and smaller as it gets more and more powerful, and we have been gradually moving things to either vendor-hosted or cloud-type services over time. So our need for physical space has not been growing, and I don't anticipate that it will going forward.
Okay. And where would you anticipate that, if you were to leave the basement, where would you anticipate that being? Do you have any idea?
That's been my mission for the past few months, is trying to find a new home. I have been talking with people in town that may be able to lend us some space. And I've asked Nancy Burns if maybe we could set up shop in her data center at the Board of Education. And I've been considering a co-location option similar to the one that we're in the process of doing right now with the backup data center that's currently in the basement of Fairfield Woods Library, branch library. So I've got a few.
Is that the one up in Trumbull?
That one's going to move to Trumbull, yes.
Yes.
I've been looking at our ChimeNet, which provides our town metro area network, also provides similar co-location capabilities in Wallingford. So
Okay.
it's possible that we may just rent a rack in their data center and move the primary servers up there. And they can provide us with, being our network provider, they can provide us with an excellent network connection back to town. And it could be an opportunity to put it there. The downside is that, yes, it's a little far away if we want to go touch a machine, but it's a way to get it out of the basement and out of the floodplain both in one swoop. There are a couple of locations in town where it may be less expensive in the long run to fit out a location in a town-owned space rather than renting. It's the typical lease versus buy thing. If you lease a space, it doesn't cost you anything up front, but you pay more over time forever. If we built out a space, our upfront cost would be high, but going forward, it would be much less expensive, so.
Explain to me the reduction in fees and professional service by 10.5%.
That's primarily reductions I got when I renegotiated the Munis contract.
Renegotiate the Munis contract?
Yes, sir.
Solely? Okay. And when was that contract up?
It was up,
I think it took effect in December.
yeah.
So you have
Yeah.
3-year contracts starting in December at a fixed price for the next 3 years.
And what is this, does this stand for professional server or service for disaster recovery? What is that? It's going up 83%.
The disaster recovery.
Slide
Okay.
53-210.
There are two lines that have been used interchangeably in previous years in the budget. There's the professional services, disaster recovery, and rental and storage. Currently, we run some of our backup data off to tape, and we have a storage, a company come pick it up, store them in a warehouse off-site, get them out of town. Previously, 2 years, 3 years back, that was done with rental and storage, but in the last 2 years, it's been done in professional services, disaster recovery. What I'm doing now is putting it back in the rental and storage. We're renting space in a warehouse to store tapes. And I am using the professional services disaster recovery line to fund the backup internet connection that was installed at the Fairfield Woods Branch Library last year. Currently, that connection is being funded through the end of a grant that the town received to create that connection. That grant money is going to run out this quarter, and then we will have to budget for it fully within the town. So since that's kind of a disaster recovery backup kind of a connection, that's what I've budgeted the next year for. There's a $1,500 per year fee for a fiber optic connection to light it up, and then there's the CEN Nutmeg network. They bill us quarterly for the actual internet bandwidth.
Okay. Is most of our backup done on tape?
Well, no, most of our backup, our backup is done disk to disk. So we back up to the backup data center, which is currently Fairfield Woods Library, going to become Network Synergy in Trumbull, and then we run that off to tape. So we have another copy. We don't just have what's actively online on disk at any moment. We also have a copy on tape.
Okay. Is that, our backup to disk, is that a lot more efficient than, saying, using an outside storage company that might have it, backed up in Massachusetts or Denver or someplace else in case there was a major disaster here?
Generally speaking, it's less expensive to back it up yourself to your own equipment.
Yeah.
However, as part of our rental arrangement with Network Synergy in Trumbull, they have also offered at no additional charge to take our data and back it up to one of these cloud backup vendors.
Okay.
So we may discontinue tape usage altogether if we have another copy somewhere else further away.
Okay. How did you guys handle this when you were with your last employer?
We were very tape-based at the last employer, and we used Iron Mountain to haul boxes of tapes
Okay.
forth between town and a warehouse in Windsor or something.
Okay. Your travel and meetings line's going down by 80%? Is that it?
Yeah,
The
I'm just
request
leaving
to
a
try to
little bit in
lower
there for
costs?
gas reimbursement or something like that. We don't travel all that much.
And in regards to your capital outlay line, you're going down 20%. And you think that's sufficient? Or are you doing that and try to meet some budget
We're meeting a budget.
reductions?
Yeah, we took a cut there.
So you would have preferred having some additional capital outlay?
Yes.
What would have been your priorities on that capital outlay?
Well, the items that I was looking to do is the general PC replacement, maintain the PC replacement cycle. Same thing with servers, maintain our replacement server cycle. We also have a fleet of approximately 20 laser printers in town that are over 10 years old. About 10 of those are the very large capacity printers. A couple of which, some of which are used for the finance department and have been acting up lately. We put some money into repairing them to see if we could improve their performance, but they are 12 years old. They're just at a point where it's not worth throwing money at them. So I've asked to buy 3 replacement printers of that scale.
3 out of 10?
I'm sorry?
3 out of the 10?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to get started, we just can't realistically replace them all at once. We will pull the ones that we replace out of service, but not get rid of them until we can keep them for parts, keep them if they're a little better than somebody else's. And these printers have to be of a certain model and shape and size to work with Munis, our ERP system. There's a certain security key they have to support. And when they print, it has to have 3 input trays because it pulls 3 types of stuff. These are not your little office printer. These are larger scale printers. Then I budgeted just for a few of the smaller office grade printers. Same thing, we have many of those that are very old and, there's just a point where they shred as much paper as they print, it seems. And the one new thing that I've asked for is some money to try to do a Wi-Fi upgrade.
You had mentioned PC replacements, but the First Selectman has funded you fully for the 104 PCs, which is 20%, correct?
Mhm.
Is that what we've normally been on, the cycle of 5 years?
I believe it was extended recently. I think it was a little shorter up until a year or so.
A little shorter?
Yes.
It was like 4 years, or what was it?
I believe so.
Okay. And what is the reason why the laptops only are supposed to last 3 years?
They get banged up, carried around.
Okay.
When people come into our office, I'm sometimes amazed to see that they still work. If they're using them in the sewer department, somehow these things come back with dents all over them. They're truly used. Laptop computers in general just take more wear and tear than a box that sits on a desk all day. It's just the nature of laptops.
All right. Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, and Mr. Timniak?
Yes, I have does your department oversee public safety, computers and radio comm and?
Not radio. We provide the computers. We have I'll call it a dotted line connection to a technical support person in public safety. So that person does most of the on-site support of the technology in public safety.
And is that does the fire have a sort of IT guy?
Same guy.
For both fire and police?
One guy does fire and police.
Okay, and their equipment upgrade for those type of services would be in their budget, not yours?
Some things IT provides, some things they budget themselves. IT provides desktop computers, but, I'm sorry? IT provides the desktop computers for these departments, but the units that are like mounted in a fire truck or in the car, the fire department funds directly themselves. It's kind of a blend of how it's budgeted.
Okay, so the computers in a patrol police car, that's not you, that would be the police department?
Yes.
And the same thing with the radios?
IT doesn't have anything to do with the radio system.
Okay, Mr. Becker, and then
So when you were here last for the transfer, I think it was your first meeting here, you talked, I think one of the things that came up was last year we had put some money aside into a contingency fund in relation to potentially moving to a virtual environment for the users. You were not as sold on that, and we're going to be looking into a plan and being able to run the numbers and come back to us and say, you know, this is why we should stay with what we're doing, or this is why maybe we should be making that move. So I'm looking at a budget here that sort of continues on the previous path. Do you know when you're going to have that information for us?
I expect to do the math sometime during FY18.
Okay.
I just, at the moment, I'm new to town. There's seems like a lot of pent-up demand for my attention around various things in town. So, trying to produce the budget and things like that. I just haven't had the time to do what I would consider a thorough analysis of it. The idea is not dead. It's on my to-do list. It's going to happen. I have not done it yet, but I expect to do it over the next year.
Just not sure Q1, Q2, or are we talking,
I-
just before we hand off another 100, almost 1,000 into a project, I think some of us were hoping to be able to shift gears on.
I think there was a hope that there would be some fairly small savings in that, but again, in my previous environment, we found out that just the opposite was true. So I think it's very important to not necessarily think that we're missing out on an opportunity to save money here. My hunch is that in the town environment, we probably would not, but I want to do the numbers, and I like to have the documentation,
Yeah, there's
worked out.
There's counter, yeah, I mean, obviously it's specific to our
Every
setup
environment's
as a
different.
town, but there's a counter argument.
Yep,
And
every environment's different, and there are indeed some environments where it could result in large cost savings. But in my previous environment, which was higher education, similar kind of, similar numbers of computers, our peer universities that were doing it found out that it ended up costing them more. Now, there are certain features of virtualized PCs that may make it worth doing even if it does cost more, but I'm not sure, again, if those situations and those features are relevant to us here in town. For example, if we were an organization with a very large telecommuting sales force, a virtualized desktop environment would be great. Our salespeople could remote into the ERP system from an iPad in a car in Wisconsin, and it would work. But here in town, we just don't really have that type of workforce, really. Most of our computers are desktop in-office use. So that's an example of a feature where desktop virtualization provides a nice feature, but it may cost a little more to do it, but it may be worth it, but I don't know if that all lines up here in the town, if
Yeah.
it's a benefit to us.
No, understand.
Years ago, about 5 years ago, the prediction was that a third or a half of all desktop computers in organizations would be virtualized, and I think that number is actually less than 10%. A lot of organizations tried it, ran into the cost problems or the functional problems with it. So it's in very special cases where I think it really works well.
Well, to some extent, there was a theory that they were going to be moving away from, Microsoft Windows as the back end as well, which may carry a significant cost
Well-
savings, but that seems to have not necessarily proven out.
In
So,
fact,
understand
many
that.
of our town's software products rely specifically on features of Windows, so until our software vendors make a change or switch, we have to make the environment fit what their software needs. They're the ones that drive what we install.
Of course. And then another question, just in regards to the servers and the off-site. Just how many server racks are we now actually managing on the town side? Because I thought that number was actually a lot lower than some of us thought. We all envisioned this big room, but weren't we almost at the point of going down to one server rack?
The primary, we have 2 racks of servers in the town hall data center right now. Once we finish the hardware upgrade, the storage upgrade that we purchased last year and is part of this Fairfield Woods move as well, the equipment gets much smaller. So we could possibly get it all into one single rack. So when I'm looking for another location in town or going to a co-location facility, I may be only looking at having to rent one rack. We also have two racks that might be able to be consolidated into one in the basement of the police department. We have 2 racks which will be consolidated into one in the basement of Fairfield Woods Library. So, yeah, right now we have 6 racks, but pretty soon it'll be down to 3 racks in 3 locations.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bateson.
Yeah, quick question. I guess Bob or Linda, the personnel summary, help desk technician, PETA 13, it's locked in at the 13 level, but it went up.
I think that's a step increase.
Step increase? Thank you.
Any further questions?
Just a couple of comments. One, it's really, really a delight to be working with a true IT professional in town. Secondly, I think, Jim, you referenced the contingency account. There is $40-some-odd thousand remaining in that account this year that's there for a server, but we don't need it this year, so we're going to be asking the board to carry that over to next year. We could buy it now, but why buy it when we don't need it? But we will need it next year, so that'll be a next year expense. And then thirdly, there was a small reference to the voice system that we're evaluating, which we've had to take an inventory of switches and hardware and bandwidth, and this is going to become an issue. And I don't know, David, you might want to just kind of address briefly what we're doing, where we are, and where we're trying to get to.
Sure. Part of a voice over IP telephone system is that it runs on your existing data network. You actually try to share the same wiring, so you're not having to have double wiring in locations. And it's very important that that network be able to carry traffic consistently and perfectly. Voice traffic is not a heavy load like watching a Netflix movie or something like that would be, but as you're speaking, your voice is digitized and sent across the network in packets in real time. If the network has even momentary hiccups or for some reason can't get those packets through in real time, the person at the other end listening on the other phone will get a broken sound. They'll either lose a word that you said, or it'll be delayed, or it'll chirp or make a funny noise or something like that. So we've had Network Synergy won the bid process to do a network assessment of both the town and the Board of Education networks, both for data flow quality, which is what I was just talking about, as well as some things like the amount of electrical power available in a network switch closet, which we have hundreds of all around town in both schools and town buildings. Voice over IP telephones are actually powered by the network equipment. So these switches that I'm talking about power the phones so that you don't have to have an electrical outlet by every telephone in your environment. So you get both the actual voice and data traffic as well as the power for the phone from the network switch. Well, we didn't know how many of our network switches had enough power to power 75 phones in a building and things like that. So we now have a report back from Network Synergy that explains all of our closets and where we need to do upgrades and how much power we need to add to them. Also, more important than when you don't have telephones is when the lights go out, everybody expects the phone to work at least for a while. You want to have an emergency backup, you want to call and ask what happened. So that means that all of our closets also need some kind of a battery backup UPS device. So Network Synergy also surveyed that to ensure or to tell us where we needed to either upgrade, add, or put in such a backup device where it doesn't exist. So we've just gotten that report back. Nancy Burns at Board of Ed and I are going to meet tomorrow and go through it and try to figure out what to do. Do we try to fix up and take Network Synergy's recommendations and do them internally in town, or do we take this information, provide it to all of the bidders that are bidding to install the phone system, and have them provide us, with options on how to get the network up to snuff where it needs to be. It seems that most of the town network stuff is pretty good. We have a few places where we need to make some improvements. Board of Ed's they have many more, you can imagine, they have a number of places to work on as well.
Does the
This is
battery,
a committee that's David, Nancy, myself, and Joe Foley, and Dan. Been working on this, been a lot of put a lot of time, a lot of energy into this, and so, but you'll be hearing more about it.
does the battery back up just for the phones, or is it also for the network itself?
Well, we're going to keep the network switches working, but if the desktop computer is dead, the people may not notice that the network is up, but at least the phone still works.
But you might get the Wi-Fi to continue to work or something?
The
or-
Wi-Fi, yes,
Yeah.
that may work if you're on a battery-powered laptop,
Yeah.
but we don't have that many folks operating that way in the buildings. The idea is to keep the phones alive
Yeah.
for 20 minutes or something.
Yeah. Our offices had to do the same thing, so I'm a little aware of that system.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I just want to send a big thank you to Linda Gardner. She's awesome. When I went to see her, she grabbed me by the ears, sat me down in her chair, showed me how to use Munis to enter the budget, and wouldn't let me leave until I could promise that I could do it. So she is absolutely brilliant, and I think you know that. I can tell that from the way you've been speaking, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Yeah. I'm thinking because it's already past 10:30 that we'll continue on to the not-for-profits, if that's okay. Okay. So they begin on page 139. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is go straight through the list, budget by budget. There's no need for a presentation. If you would like to come up and discuss your budget, feel free to come forward, and then if we have questions, we'll ask them of you. Is that okay with everybody? So our first budget is Budget 2073, Regional Youth Adult Social Action Partnership.
I was here.
Let's see. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Everyone good? Okay, thank you very much for being here.
I actually have one quick question.
Okay,
for Bob.
okay, Mr. Timniak?
Yeah. Yeah. How are you? Good to see you, Bob, and thanks for waiting around. It's $15,000 a year across the board, but I understand you guys are now implementing a new program to help with opioid.
Yes, a couple things, actually. The state of Connecticut, through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, has gotten a $5.5 million grant. They're trying to figure out how they're going to distribute that, but one of the things we do now is that we're a pass-through for about $6,000 to the town of Fairfield through the local prevention grant. And they're going to be increased by a certain amount, each of the local prevention councils around the state, to deal with opioid abuse. And so we don't know how much that's going to be right now, and then we're going to get a little bit of that to supply technical assistance to the towns about, how to plan for this. And you've probably been watching, the number of overdoses across the state have been pretty incredibly high.
I have been watching, and I believe when we did the Stratford budget, we included, I think, a $10,000 donation for RISEP to help our health department to have someone on service. I'm wondering if Fairfield's doing the same thing.
Fairfield is still, we've been talking to Fairfield Cares. They have not gotten back to us yet. I don't know whether they've made a request to you or not for that.
They haven't as of yet.
Yeah, that's another grant, too. That's something completely different. The Connecticut Commission on National and Community Service runs the state AmeriCorps programs, and they're also focusing on opioid abuse, and we're putting an application in for that to get 20 full-time AmeriCorps members, and we'd like to assign one of those to each of the prevention councils. And that's for all of Fairfield County. That's for, 16 towns.
And that's definitely being handled entirely by RICEP, correct?
That's correct.
So if you do get those 20 employees, how would Fairfield go about accessing that type of aid if we don't?
Just make a request. Yeah, that's, we've allowed for at least one for each local prevention council to have, so.
Or is that something we have to demonstrate to the grantee that we've included it in the budget, or is that something which we can add when the grant is given?
It's probably going to end up being a negotiable amount, when we end up talking to the towns themselves, so, because we don't know whether we're getting it or not. Stratford's made a commitment, Stamford's made a commitment for a couple, in that process. Danbury's made a commitment. Each of the towns haven't made their requests yet. The requests haven't been coming from us. They've been coming from the local prevention councils.
Right, and I've watched the opioid and heard from the police as well. And obviously EMS first responders who show up. It's becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, and I worry about our capabilities of handling something. And I also see it in parents' faces when they come in and they talk about what's the town doing to help prevent or.
An awful lot of it's education. People just don't know, and I don't know what the situation is with the Fairfield Police Department, whether they have Narcan or naloxone as a preventive measure, but you've got to catch people pretty early for that to work.
Right. Well, thanks, Bob. Appreciate you coming and adding that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next budget is Pequot Library. Would you like to say something or just field questions? Mr. Mottola.
Hey, how are you tonight? Thanks for hanging around.
Good evening. Thank you.
Can you just curious, what's your annual operating budget for the library?
Currently, $1,131,000.
Okay.
Without our,
Does that include the 350 amount from the town?
excuse me?
Does it include the amount from the town of Fairfield?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Which we're most grateful for.
I know you
As
are.
Stephanie Coakley, Director.
Thank you for all the work you do there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Okay, Mr. Becker.
So, your hours, because that was a big topic with the library, can you just give a rundown comparative where you guys are at, where you're planning to be?
Pequot Library is open 7 days a week for 50 hours a week, 52 weeks of the year. Our schedule is Monday through Friday, 10 to 6, Saturdays, 10 to 4, and Sunday, 12 to 4.
So a little bit less overall, but you're trying to kind of hit a 7-day
7 days a week.
timing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Ms. Marmion.
Hi. I think you heard the conversation with the town librarian about revenue drivers, what they're looking at to drive revenue in anticipation not only of, they had, 8%, 7% budget cuts this year, but looking into future years. Has Pequot given some thought into similar ideas for revenue, for driving revenue?
Absolutely. Pequot Library, as many of you know, is most successful at our fundraising endeavors, and will continue to do so. We are grateful for a diverse stream of revenue in the form of small foundation grants to individual supporters, to municipal support, such as the town of Fairfield, and of course our numerous fundraisers throughout the year, namely our book sales and no less than 5 special events throughout the year. That, for the most part, consists of our revenue generating initiatives. We're always looking to work in a creative and an innovative way to, I would say, leverage resources with our community partners to increase our revenue generating opportunities.
So I guess I know you do great fundraising, you have great events, but fees, for example, Mr. Walsh was talking about, video rental fee of $1, or I know you have great music presentations that are currently free. Have you thought about charging for some of your services?
Absolutely. Our music programs are, for the most part, free, and I, like Karen, would like to see us remain in a position where we're able to offer these services at no cost or little cost to our visitors and patrons. We do, throughout the year, charge modest admission fees for our music programs, on average about $25 per ticket, which certainly helps our bottom line.
It's all kind of a follow-up to that as well.
Sure.
Or, Mr. Walsh, I don't know, is it on a separate topic or?
Kind of on the same topic, exactly the same topic.
Okay.
So, go
all
ahead,
right.
I'll let you finish, go
All
ahead.
right, well,
I'll do my
so
own
I
thing.
guess from a strategic planning standpoint, are you beginning to think about looking at increased fees or driving more revenue? Because, so that's one question. The second question is, if you were to absorb a cut this year, specifically what programs would be affected at Pequot Library, or would you, and what amount of cut could you absorb? 10%, 20%, 30%?
First, if I may answer the first part of your question, every day of the year I'm thinking about how we can increase our revenue generating opportunities. My background involves a lot of nonprofit fundraising, and I'm looking forward to maintaining the ambitious fundraising goals at Pequot Library, if not expanding those. A cut to Pequot would really cripple this small institution, and we'd have to think creatively and in an innovative way as to how to offset that loss. I'm aware, obviously, of things that happened years ago regarding a possible full elimination of Pequot Library, and it's an enormous amount of money we'd have to raise very quickly, upwards of $9 million to make up such a loss. And depending on a proposed percentage, I'd like some time to go back to our Board of Trustees, our staff, our volunteers, our patrons, to determine what best ways we could meet a proposed percentage reduction at this time.
Okay. Mr. Walsh?
So in this year of your fiscal year, what we call fiscal year 17, I'm not sure whether you're on the same fiscal year or whether you're on a calendar year, so.
We're June 30, July 1.
Okay,
Yep,
so we can
absolutely.
compare apples to apples.
Yes.
So on your little budget write-up, it says that your total budget for this current year is $292,000. So if I deduct what we gave you last year, which was $350,000, am I to say that you raised $942,000 privately?
In the form of special events, individual donations, program fees, our modest endowment draw. And at this time, I'd like to invite my colleague who's here this evening, John Gleckler, our finance manager, who's also new to the organization. He started mid-December, and I'm so thankful he's here this evening.
So, good evening. My name is John Gleckler. I actually am semi-retired from the healthcare field. I was the CFO for a healthcare system, and I'm here helping out small not-for-profits with their finances.
Right.
Pequot, you said, is about $900,000 alternative funding outside of the town funding. A lot of that does come from fundraising, but they do other initiatives. They do rental of their facilities.
Yeah.
So they're doing more, like you talked about the other library, nice space.
Yeah.
They're working with renting out the space. There's money coming in for book fines, things like that. There is money coming from an endowment fund. Some of that money helps for their collection exhibits and things like that. So as an alternative funding, I would say about 600 to 700 is fundraising.
Okay.
And raising 100% of our capital budget.
Great. Have you spoken to Ms. Ronald? There might be ways that we could help her raise that kind of money. Did you guys consult about this kind of stuff?
I am new to town, new to Pequot Library, and I look forward to working closely with Karen Ronald and Nancy Coriati, most definitely.
Yeah,
I
it'd
am
be great
getting
if
to
you
know
could
them,
talk to them
their
about some of
peers.
these ways that you raise funds, because our revenue for the entire town is $283,000 with all the grants we get. Or at least that's what budgeted to come in this year. So it'd be great if you guys could share ideas back and forth. That'd be great.
Happy
but
to.
I think that it's great that you raise 75% of your own funds for your operating budget. Thank you.
Can I just, real quick follow-up? So you do use some of your endowment fund for operational purposes. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
It's just not the endowment fund itself, it's the interest.
The
earned on
interest,
those.
that's fine. Okay.
And the town uses money on the interest too, correct? Because there's library invested funds, we get interest on it, correct, Mike and Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
We have an endowment fund too for the board, and we use some of that interest too, correct? So, same similar income source.
Any further questions? Do you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, but no, go ahead. If you want.
I already went, you go ahead.
Somebody has to go first.
All right, I guess I'll go then. So just on the endowment, so you're not drawing principal anymore? Because there was a period of time during the recession where you were drawing principal off the endowment, and that was, you guys were pretty concerned about that, right? Do we know we guys avoid that at least?
The way not-for-profits work with endowment funds, there's two types of endowment funds, a permanently restricted piece and there's a temporary restricted piece. You can use the temporary restricted funds, not just the interest, but the money that's in there. They have a set policy where they take a certain percentage and they try to smooth out that losses or gains each year. So good years, you're not drawing as much. Bad years, you might be drawing some of the principal. So on an average, they're not really they're not eating away at the principal money. The permanent money always stays intact, and you do not touch that. And they have about 600,000 in each one of those two types of funds.
Okay. And then on the, so on the materials side, are you guys then, because you actually circulate with the other two libraries, but are you also purchasing materials that then
We
your whole
are.
collection goes into that circulation
Right.
mix as well?
Right. We
How's
do
that working?
participate in the cataloging database Cersei Dynex with Fairfield, Maine and Fairfield Woods, and we do have a modest library supplies budget to purchase books, DVDs, nonfiction, fiction, magazines,
Modest
newspapers.
around,
60,000 for adult and children,
okay.
adults.
It would be helpful. Now, do you have your next year's budget already?
We begin budget planning process in the month of April, and I am more than happy to make this the most transparent process and
Yeah.
share all of that, any of that you wish.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
I think on the follow-up side, if we
Mhm.
can get, and I know it's probably on your website or something, maybe just easily circulate to everybody, a copy of the current fiscal year budget. When you're completed on your next fiscal year, as a follow-up, if you could get that to the, our clerk, finance department, and they'll send that out as well. And then if you could, maybe just also give, maybe the last 5 years, I don't need all the budgets, but just the amount of your overall operating budget over, let's say, a 5-year window, just a total, so we can sort of see where you've been trending on that end and go from there. I think that'd be helpful information.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Marmion.
So what, the $350,000 from the town, do you budget that for specific programs, or does it go into a pool of money that you use across programs?
Across operating support.
So then my follow-up question is that percentage that I asked you, if you were, it's a strange question, because you're going to say, we can't absorb any cuts probably, but, if you were, what could you absorb, and then what would be affected? You heard our town librarian talk about hours, reducing hours. She talked about, materials, her materials budget. She talked about, there was a lot of discussion about staff. I'd like to see, when you give us your follow-up, in terms of that percentage, your ideas for how you would absorb that cut Okay?
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Walsh?
What was it, did you say it was $60,000 for new library materials?
Approximately, yes, a combination of adult books, children's books, DVDs.
Still a fraction of what we're buying. I think you guys do a great job with the program that you offer. I think you act as a branch library. I mean, there's no other way to look at it than as a private branch library of the town, one that happens to be geographically, specifically, almost perfectly located, considering we have the main library where it is, Fairfield Woods Branch Library where it is, and the Southport community to have something closer to them. So, I mean, I know that when my child was needing books, I'd go to the town, the computer system downtown, and the book wasn't there. I could find it at your location, and it's great. And I think it's great that you all work as you try to work kind of as one library system in a way, even though you have to raise 75% of your funds. I just think that you're a jewel to the community, and you have been for the last 125 years, and hopefully you keep it going.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to our next budget, which is LifeBridge Community Services. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. We're good? Thank you for coming tonight. Thanks. Okay, we're going to move on to budget number 2170, the Discovery Museum. And does anyone have any questions? Okay, well, thank you for being here. And we'll move on to the next budget. Budget 2210, Audubon Society. Would you like to say something or just questions? Okay. Any questions? We're good? Okay.
Is
Mr.
this,
Timniak.
how are you guys? Does this donation cover both Audubon Societies, the Bird Museum and the one up on Burr Street? Correct. Okay.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much for being here. Okay, we're going to move on to budget 2230, Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Mr. Timniak.
How you doing? Thanks for coming.
I'm Doug Holcomb, the General Manager at Greater Bridgeport Transit.
All right. Thanks for coming, Doug. I know it's been a long night, but you're an interesting organization because you rely on other funds, especially funds from the state of Connecticut. Is that okay? So how drastic have those cuts been to your organization, and what type of hit is that going to mean for the residents of Fairfield as far as bus service goes?
I think we're in the same boat that the town is in regarding the uncertainty of the budget, whether we'll know by June 8th when the state, we don't even know if the budget will be finished by then. What we're hearing is that it's not. There's uncertainty about the DOT's budget, and that's where we draw the bulk of our operating investment. So I would say that a little bit of history is our operating budget from the state was flat from 2015 to 2016, which we absorbed, and we've made a lot of austerity measures in the office. We're probably around 10 staff people lighter than we used to be. We haven't impacted the service yet, but the next, if there's other reductions in the operating investment, that's probably where we'll be looking. In fact, you will likely hear us out at public information sessions about possible reductions, but those are only to have in our back pocket in case the funding is is cut again. We did have a scare when, in December, when OPM had its website up, and there was an option for a 50% reduction in transit operations. That would have hobbled the agency. It was a door closer, really.
So, and I've followed you a little bit. As you said, you've reduced 10 staff members in the
That order of magnitude, right.
administrative office. Over 10 out of how many?
Well, it depends on how you look at administrative. Our administrative budget's probably between 7 and 8% of the entire operating budget. But there are supervisors that left through attrition, which we didn't fill. There were maintenance staff that left also through attrition that we didn't fill. We had some layoffs and some terminations. We've kind of been just whittling down and freezing positions.
So that's 10 less positions in the last fiscal year, or is that a 2-year
Yeah,
period?
it's about a year and a half.
About a year and a half.
We did that, mostly due to the uncertainty of that. I mean, there was certain, I mentioned it was flat from 15 to 16, and then there was a 2% reduction in our operating budget, a couple $100,000 in 17.
So, I mean, and this would go towards the residents home watching on TV. It's one of the things, unless you're paying attention to, you don't really know what's going on. But the transit authority and the bus schedule, the buses which operate through Fairfield are going through a very difficult time right now. As you hear, they have 10 less employees over the last year. And here at Fairfield, we're doing our part again. We're contributing what we've always contributed at $30,000. But the reality the GBTA could be facing is that some of the lines and some of the branches which our residents are used to traveling on and come to expect could very easily face closure, correct?
Yeah, that's possible. I don't know about entire closures, and we don't do service planning based on so much on municipal contributions. It's a regional service. What's the best place? How do you help the Bridgeport labor pool, Fairfield employers, Fairfield residents? And let me go back, if I could have a minute. There's really 4 things that we're doing that benefit Fairfield directly, and they're regional as well. But we do the fixed route service. So you'll see our buses on up at Fairfield Woods, Stilson, up in that area, and on the Black Rock Turnpike. And you'll see them on the Post Road on the Coastal Link. That's a very popular route. 7 is limited service, goes to the train station, the Metro train station, and then on to Carleton Hospital. So that's the fixed route that we do. And there's probably, I mean, we're approaching about 6 million boardings system-wide in the region, but about 100,000 boardings and lightings just in those segments in Fairfield on the fixed route service. So it's important to employers and employees. And then we do a service for people with disabilities. So as a matter of civil rights, everywhere that there's city bus service, that fixed route service, there needs to be a service for people with disabilities who, because of the disability, cannot use the city bus. Maybe they have a mobility device that can't get to the bus stop, visual impairment, cognitive, whatever it is. So we probably do about 100,000 boardings a year, door-to-door trips a year for those folks. 16,000 of them in a typical year have origins in Fairfield. That could be people coming back to somewhere else from Fairfield or who live in Fairfield. And then we manage on behalf of Fairfield, the town. It's the town's money. What's called a municipal grant, and that's for transportation for seniors. And that we do in coordination with the senior center. It's mostly group trips, and in fiscal 16, we did 3,400 boardings on those services. So there's a lot of service. And the last thing is it's not so much on the operating side, but we are a federal funding recipient, so we can be a conduit for capital money. If you notice the signs at the train stations in Southport and Uncle Road, that was grant money that we passed through to the parking authority, worked with them, and there was some landscaping as a part of that. And then we've been just working first with the Office of the First Selectman, and then with Public Works, and more recently, in just the last few weeks, with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, and we've cobbled out about $132,000 in a combination of federal and state grants to do some transit amenities, bike racks, and things like that. So we're working hard to make sure we can keep the same service on the street, and if we do have to make reductions, we look at the whole system, and we look first at at things that might make it less convenient but still possible to make a trip, and then go to the things where people are just out of luck and there's no service in that area anymore.
So, what I'm hearing is the service lines which are the least traveled will be the first to be looked at.
With the caveat that if it's an hour service in a suburban location, and that's the only access that those folks have, we might give that some weight. But as you can imagine, and I can see it here and sense it here, every penny counts, and I feel comfortable telling the group that it is among the most efficient of the transit systems. It's very busy. There's a fare box recovery ratio that will sound low to business people, but it's about 34% of the operation is recovered in the fare box. That is the highest in the state in the recent statewide bus study. So it's it's very lean and efficient, and that's the way we like it. That's the way it should be. And we're doing a lot of advocacy, by the way, at the state level to make sure that we do everything we can to keep the investment here.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
In regards to the busing, you're talking about some of the employees coming in and out of the town. I mean, as the town has developed the downtown with the restaurants and stuff, have you seen ridership going up in Fairfield?
Ridership is slightly off over the last year.
Okay.
And I would attribute that to a long period of time with low gas prices, that kind of thing. Maybe some of it is shared ride services, but yeah, the Coastal Link service, which cuts through the middle of town on the Post Road,
Yes.
that's 100,000 boardings a month on that
Wow.
service between Milford and Norwalk. And we just started, the schedule is fairly old, it's nearly 20 years old. And so we are working with the DOT and with Norwalk Transit and with Milford Transit to update the schedule, trying to make it a little more reliable for the riders. But that's a busy service, and so is the Route 10, which comes up close to here, but up to on Black Rock Turnpike.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all.
Okay, we'll move on to our next budget, Fairfield Museum and History Center. Are there any questions? Mr. Timniak?
Yes. I have one. Thanks for coming, Mike.
Good evening.
Good
Mike
to see you.
Shaley, Fairfield Museum.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do for the town. I'm replaying what I heard earlier from our library director when she said that they give away museum passes. Are those the museum passes from you?
They're from a range of institutions. We are included in that program, yes.
Because I think she said they were saving $10,000 to buy museum passes.
So,
does the library buy museum passes from the Fairfield Museum?
At a deeply discounted rate. So what they do is that they buy, I believe it's about half price passes that they give out to their patrons, and they do that through institutions throughout southwestern Connecticut. So we're not the only one. We're one of, I think, a dozen museums.
Okay. So how much does the library buy, what's the total package they buy, you think?
From us, I don't
you.
have that number right off the top of my head. It's not significant. It's
Is it like
a couple
$5,000
$100 it's like a $200 or $300.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Any further questions?
I have a half-an-hour presentation, if that's okay.
Is there anything you'd like to say, Mike?
No. But I'm very grateful for this committee's support and the town's support, and I'm always happy to answer any questions. I think we run a very good organization and put the town's money to great use. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, the next budget is the Southwest Regional Mental Health Board. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you for coming, and sorry about the late hour. Okay, the next budget is the Janus Center for Youth in Crisis. Is anyone here, and does anyone have questions? Not sure. Okay. so I guess I'll move on. Grassmere by the Sea. Okay, and I guess we have questions, so.
How are you tonight? Thanks for coming.
Doing well, thank you.
How many Fairfield residents are currently show up on a daily basis? Yeah.
It fluctuates from from year to year. In this past year to date, we've had about 31% of our clients come. It's about 44 families that represents, but it fluctuates each year. It's never been lower than that, but it's certainly been much higher. The majority of our clients are coming to us with spouses who are still working, oftentimes early onset Alzheimer's in their 50s and 60s, or folks who are older and have adult children that they're living with who are also still working and doing other kinds of stuff. So it's a variety of situations, but I'm going to pause there.
No, that answered it. So capacity at, on a given day, how many clients can you take at the facility?
On a given day, we have anywhere, it depends on if it's a snow day too, because that can affect folks a lot in terms of transportation and whatnot. But on a given day, we have an average census in the 40s.
Okay.
It can go up from there, and we certainly, we really strive to try to get the word out about this. We feel like it helps people really, adult day programs in general help them extend the dollar. So if that's any sort of public service announcement to folks too, and they're looking at the cost of home care and trying to help somebody stay at home, it's a fraction of the cost of those expenses to have somebody privately with them at home, and helps them maintain a social community connection too. They often show up and see somebody they used to be a neighbor to or had kids in a league together kind of stuff. So it's a great resource for that too.
So you have about 40 people come. Is that the capacity total?
No, I would say it depends on our ratio of wheelchairs and walkers on any, but I would say on a given day, we're very comfortable having, anywhere upwards of 50-plus folks in the program. It just really fluctuates.
And so you're averaging 40 people a
Yep.
day. Are those all people from Fairfield?
No.
Right.
Yeah.
So how
So
many
I
of
don't
those
have
four?
the breakdown each day because we,
On 161, it breaks down the percentages. I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry.
You break down the percentages here from the different towns, the bottom of the
Yeah,
page.
but it's true that per day, we don't necessarily, I could sit down with our staff to do that kind of analysis, but we don't do what, I'm always very careful about making this analogy, but we don't do what child care centers are doing, which is that you pay for every day. People can come 1 day a week, they can come 5 days a week, and it's completely flexible. And of course, with their health statuses, that's changing all the time, too.
What does it cost to drop someone off for the day?
Yep, so it depends on whether they're receiving transportation from us, or we actually partner with GBTA as well and try to maximize everything we can. I'm going to approximate because I'm not going to remember the cents right now, but it's approximately $84 without transportation, $87 with. And so, again, if you compare to some other services out there, and I won't go into those nitty-gritty, but so that's the cost. And it covers RN coverage, so it's a medical, what they call a medical model adult day program. So it has trained CNAs and RNs who are able to manage people's health conditions while they're there, which is sometimes critical to someone being able to be out of their house and part of the day with someone else.
So Fairfield residents are paying $80+ a day to attend.
Yes, and some of the Fairfield residents may. I don't have this breakdown at my fingertips either, but I could get it. Could be on Medicaid as well. So about half our population are low-income seniors who are on Medicaid, which is why we do work very hard each year to raise any shortfalls in funding through grant funds. And if you look at adult day programs, the majority of them are going to be operated by nonprofits for that reason.
So 31% of 40 people.
Oh, no. Forgive me, the total number of families we work with, again, it fluctuates in each year. I think we wrote down this current year was 133 families. So the 31% of 133 comes to about 44 families that we're working with, I believe.
Right. I'm seeing here, 41 Fairfield residents the past year.
Yes, 41, thank you, sorry.
So that's 41.
I have it right here, too, I should just look at
Right.
it.
Well, I'm trying to figure out the math on it because, those 41 residents are paying $80+ a day.
Right,
and we're, as a town, also kicking in $65,000 a year.
Yeah, and to be clear, too, it has never worked with any adult day program to take the revenue from each person's day and multiply that and come up with the operating expenses exclusively, which again is why we supplement with a variety of grants and other resources. And, so yeah, I'm going to pause there and make sure I'm answering your question. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Marmion?
Hi, I actually work at the Jewish Home, Jewish Senior Services.
I thought you looked familiar.
I know.
Okay.
And I used to work upstairs at outpatient
Yeah.
and then come downstairs and get patients to bring them up for therapy. So
Yeah.
what's the plan to move to the new location of Jewish Senior Services? And are you going to be able to increase your capacity or change your programming once you make that move? Because I know the space is under construction.
Yeah, so we have a lease until 2019 where we currently are, so we do have to look at that, and we're obviously actively undergoing that right now. Our intention is to move that, and we're hoping to capture a lot of folks come throughout Fairfield. A lot of folks are in that Stratfield area as well, just across the street, so we're actually hoping that that will really encourage folks. And what we do find out as well is that we're kind of we sometimes talk about it being the best kept secret, and we feel that the more traffic, and a lot of Fairfield residents come through our organization, whether it's to visit somebody in rehab in the outpatient setting, which is right across the hallway. It's on the same site as our child care center, so it can be intergenerational programming and all that fun stuff. So our hope really is that the word will get out better. And actually, I offer to all of you, if there's any ways to help spread the word as well, because it really is not only an efficient use of a person's dollar, but they don't become as isolated, which can be a risk for a lot of other things, fire services, other things that can trickle down from that. We speak with Terry Yigengak as frequently as possible to chat about other ways to get that word out. But it's really about catching those families, especially ones who are starting to experience diagnoses, primarily of dementia, but other kinds of physical stuff that may be going on that is keeping them at home alone, frankly. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Walsh?
Do the other communities that you service, other than Fairfield, give you municipal support on a yearly basis?
Not currently, other than some in-kind support. The history of Grassmere being a Fairfield operation and taken over by us and running it, I think is, where we've gotten to this point. Meeting with the first selectman this year, he made it very clear to us that, for next year, we really want to reach out to all the communities as a regional daycare center. The daycare center in St. Joe's and Trumbull just had to close because of the lack of census. That did help our census a little, but our census is still lower than it needs to be and declining. So next year at this time, we will be reaching out to all the municipalities we serve and requesting support. I know it will be a hard sell, but they certainly should step up and help out, because this is an integral part of all of Jewish Senior Services, and many of our residents go from our outpatient therapy to adult day, our home care services, and to our home, and we would not want to lose any of the services, but the adult day is clearly the, weakest player right now.
Okay.
And just by way of example, the in-kind service, Easton does not have a program, so they provide transportation, regular transportation for the residents of that town to get to our program. And they, yep.
In your write-up, it stated that 12% reside in combination of other towns: Monroe, Shelton, Southport, Westport, and Seymour. Do you consider Southport to be its own town?
No, it's actually an error. I did. It was one of those things that was written by a group, and the person joining us in writing this year, I don't think realized that.
Okay.
I think what we do think about it on staff-wise is that sometimes transportation needs can be different in terms of coverage of GPTA or some of the other services that are available. So that's.
But when you talk about 41 Fairfield residents that you work with.
That includes
Southport.
Yes,
Okay, I just
yes,
wanted to see whether
absolutely.
it was
And it's-
more. Okay, thank you.
I pointed that out too.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, the next budget is the Kennedy Center. Are there any questions? Oh, I skipped one, sorry, but let's, as long as I did the Kennedy Center, are there any questions for that? Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And we'll go back to the Sullivan McKinney Elder Housing. Mr. Bateson.
Yeah, quick question. I don't think it's for the agency. I think it's for, this is in the old Grassmere School, right? Do we still own that building? We do, and there's just some sort of arrangement with, so that's why we put the money into it? Okay, thank you.
And this group, just to be fair, has been, or full disclosure, they've been very good about their ask. It goes up and down based on exactly what they need to do with it each year.
Any further questions?
So this is basically for LED lights, this whole request?
Yes.
Do we pay the electricity there, or do they pay it?
I'm not sure. I don't remember
you don't?
seeing it in a Department of Public Works line item, so I believe they would pay it.
Is that your thought? We don't pay it. All right. Because it kind of, budget's the only one really, it seems to be, is that the only one going up this year, Mike? Yeah.
Yeah, and again, if you...
I see the numbers.
If you
go
go
up
back
and
a
down.
couple, it went down last year. It was, so they are very specific about what they're using the money for.
So over the last 2 years, if you added this current request, they would still be averaging about $5,000 over. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next budget is the Mill River Wetland Committee. Are there any questions? Okay, is there anything?
I guess I
Oh,
have one question.
okay.
Is there any thought to move this money to the Board of Education's budget? Because this is to support their programming, right? I mean, I'm willing to, I want to support the project, but to me, it seems as though this is really a Board of Education initiative, no?
Can I just say, I'm actually on the board. Lynn Chavinsky was here, but she had to leave probably at the late hour. They do more than just the curriculum, the bringing the kids out to Mill River and doing the educational program. They do a series of initiatives. So it's not just working with the schools. For example, they have, they're co-sponsoring a lecture series and a exhibit with the History Museum here in town. So they do a lot of different things beyond the schools.
Okay.
The other way to answer that is certainly something we've looked at from time to time. There are certain things like you could probably make an argument about the Discovery Museum, where
Yeah.
that should be in certain things. So we've looked at some of those. I think in the short term, we've tried to stabilize the services we're getting and the payment we're making to these groups to make sure that we're getting our value back out of that. The other concern that was raised about moving into the Board of Ed, you move these into that budget, do they get, do they get lost in the other priorities for that? So that was one of the possible concerns on that. But certainly when additional programs have come up, and I think the Discovery Museum was one this year that had another initiative, and I basically directed them to the Board of Ed to say, if that's a different program offering, then please go to the Board of Ed and get that additional funding.
My only concern, and I understand what you're saying, and I can understand how Board of Ed could have a tough year and maybe cut something like this, but I think it's also important that if the Board of Ed's going to be using these services, both, that they've got to feel confident that it fits their program, and that if it doesn't, they either have got to let these organizations know it doesn't and we're not getting value, or we're going to leave. And then to tell, obviously, the town that it no longer fits our program.
Yeah, no question. And certainly in this one, they're making the kids available.
Yeah.
So if they're taking them out of school and helping them get there and help them
Yeah, no, I'm not
participate,
saying it's not, I'm just saying if we just got to monitor
But
that.
that's, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's going to be kind of an ongoing question. At some point, this may evolve slightly differently and have that. So it's,
I think Mrs. Gardner wanted to add something.
I was just going to mention that this expense, or a portion of this expense, as we do with the Audubon Society and the Discovery Museum, we capture that in the EDO 1 report.
For education costs, yeah, thank you.
so when we talk about the 65% of our budget that goes for education, those numbers are included in that.
Yes.
A portion, the portion that we attribute to the Board of Ed.
Yes.
I just
Ms.
wanted to
Munn.
add one thing, which is in terms of, this is a volunteer organization, and there, as it's noted in the budget book, over 500 parent volunteers who partner and actually are going out teaching the kids in partnership with the teachers. And they're a tremendous resource to the teachers in terms of adding to the curriculum. So I just wanted to let you know, for the Board of Ed to take it on themselves, it might get lost without that volunteer element.
And you are celebrating your 50th anniversary this year.
correct.
So congratulations to the Mill River Wetlands Lab and everything they have done for the last 50 years to help our town.
Okay. Thank you. Should we move on to the pilot house? Are there any questions? No? Okay, so we'll continue. Well, thank you for being here. And we'll move on to the Center for Family Justice.
I received an email from Amy Laptos, who was supposed to be here this evening for this, and she's very ill, and she said if there's any questions, please, I would take them and forward them to her, and she'd answer them.
Okay, thank you. So does anyone have any questions that they want to submit?
Can I ask a general question in regards to all the agencies, though?
Sure.
Yeah. And that is, I guess overall, I mean, obviously it's been a tough budget year, Mike, when you were preparing your budget, and especially with taking $2 million out of the school system, did you feel as though there should be a reduction generally across the board? Because in a way, I think all these organizations do great work, and obviously they do stuff maybe that the town might have to get involved in and things like that. But on the other hand, you know, and this is a question I'm just asking myself, I haven't even come to terms with it myself, but if I'm looking at taking $2 million away from children for certain things that might affect their programming or whatever, do I not reduce to some degree, even if it was on a percentage basis, which really wouldn't be that much of a percentage, because if you take the $2 million off of their 165 or whatever $1 million, it's about 1%. I mean, it's whatever. But did you think about doing that? Because personally, I'm thinking about doing it. Like, how do I, in my own household, if I'm having problems paying for my children's school, do I continue to give the same charitable giving that I gave last year, or do I start saying at a certain point, my kids are my charity?
Yeah, I think when you look at that, I think there are a couple ways. One is that as we have heard and as we continue to hear from Hartford, the governor's proposal, is not what's going to eventually pass. We're hearing a lot more about the $9 million pension cost transfer that most likely will not come in its present form. Obviously, at least from what I've heard, folks are not necessarily being open about what will come out. So hearing that that's not going to survive is good news. Obviously, some more concerns about what will actually come out. And looking at this, most of the numbers on this are nominal and would not impact the mill rate at all from that standpoint. Second, many of these organizations get other funding, some of it from the state, some of it from the federal government. Those resources and those revenue streams are at risk. So to sit here and when we are basically, and I don't look at this as our making contributions or donations to them, we're paying for services. And in each of these cases, a couple of years ago, I went back and sat down one by one, did the analysis, looked at the number of people serviced, and we're getting value for our services. We could not do these services for these people for a lower cost or more efficient way. So when we're getting that kind of value back, when our residents are getting that kind of value from them, and no, in some cases, Mill River, that might be an educational component, but in the other cases, these are services going to those residents that are very much in need. So cutting them back, even though it's a nominal amount, is money that they need at a time when they're losing potential revenue sources elsewhere. So yes, I thought through that and said that would not provide a big benefit in terms of any mill rate reduction. It would hurt our residents, and especially those in need in those specific cases. And we are paying for something that we're getting good value back on in terms of the service. So I look at this as a paying for services component and something that's very worthwhile in that component.
My concern as I look at it, especially after our public session we had on Saturday, and hearing some parents in regards to cuts in special education and the way that the governor has gone after education specifically.
Oh, no question. And I think the
And
issue there...
has specifically targeted education. And he thinks that he's not affecting, I'm hearing his budget guy saying it's not going to have no one's going to be fired as teachers. But then you see like West Hartford, about to lay off
230
200
teachers.
people,
Yeah.
200 and some odd teachers. He is firing teachers.
Yeah. And in any of the Alliance school districts, the ECS money that goes into our general fund goes directly to the education system. So that 570 that we got cut in December, if you were in Danbury, and I talked to Mayor Boughton about this at the time, that 570 was a reduction to their Board of Ed, not to the town. So that had an immediate impact on teachers in December when that happened. So looking at this, no, these dollars, for the most part, you're looking at $5,000, $10,000, $15,000. We have, our residents in need on that. And you're right. It's not students necessarily in all cases, but they're definitely residents in need that are getting these services, and their other revenue streams supporting these are at risk. You talk to the Kennedy Center, you realize what they're getting cut back from other services. So I think this is actually the time the town needs to stand up and support these groups. However little it is that we're giving them, that at least that's stable for them, because it wouldn't make a difference in the mill rate. Second, I think that when we look at what's happened to our educational side, that as the comments came through on Saturday, we need to make sure that as a town we're banding together and giving the feedback up to Hartford that they need to find a better solution, that we can't take those cuts targeted at education, and specifically targeted special education in that case. So that's, I think, where we have to go, and that's the action item I think we need to implement.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to bring the topic up.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Becker?
Yeah, no, and thank you for leaving them in your proposal, and I hope that through the boards, they stay in ultimately. I think one of the things that's come out up in Hartford, not even just this budget, but the previous rounds of cuts that have sort of been coming down, is the populations in a lot of the instances here that you would think would be some of the last ones to get hit have already really taken a lot of hits. And some of these are their remaining shreds of funding that are left. And if they go, it's going to cause a ripple effect. And I think on the nonprofit side, I've long felt that a dollar going to a nonprofit really goes very, very far. And I think you can see that in what they're all talking about and how they're able to leverage every dollar that we give them. So,
well, you're correct. And that's what I meant about the value we get back. The services we pay for would cost us much more to deliver. And a number of these, and I'll just pick on the Pilot House, is very Fairfield-based. I mean, we're helping Fairfield families, Fairfield kids in a program that supplements, not supplants, but supplements what our educational system does.
That came up particularly with Pilot House a couple of years ago, and I think that they gave us, the town did an analysis, I believe, at the time of just what it would cost us if they weren't doing it at that value, and it was significant, I believe, to the BOEs at the time, in mandated things that we would actually have to be doing, so, but, all set. Thank you.
I would like to thank you for talking to Grassmere by the Sea about trying to get some of these other municipalities involved. I mean, I think that if they are going to be utilizing it, those communities should be supporting it to some degree like we are. I mean, this is hard work that these people do. It's a valuable service that gets done not just for the individual who can get care during the day, but for the family member who can work and know that their loved one is in a safe spot and is being taken care of for a reasonable price.
Yeah, again, the cost, as they laid out to the towns, about $6 per person per day. Certainly, we couldn't replace that for that dollar amount going through. However, that's, as they mentioned, that's why we had that conversation earlier, which is, you've got to use this and leverage what we're doing to get appropriate dollars from, and frankly, it's good for your organization, so you can expand out and be more of a regional resource, but get payment from all those folks while you're doing that.
Tim, yeah.
I hate to belabor it, but, the Grassmere by the Sea, the town of Stratford has adult daycare services in the senior center, and they charge town residents $16 a day and out-of-town residents $22 a day. So I took the number she gave, and it's, whatever the number was, you have 12 people, 30% showing up at $85 a day times 5 days a week, plus the $65,000 we're giving, you're up at over $300,000. The town of Fairfield is basically going towards that service, based upon the numbers I heard today. And it gets to the point like, if they're at $85 a day, maybe that's a business we should be in.
The only thing I don't know what the program is. I can't talk for Stratford. You know it, but in my complete reading of that write-up, they seem to have registered nurses there. They can do diabetic care. I don't know whether Stratford can do that work or not. Because,
No, it's not as advanced. I'll be the first
yeah.
to dump on that. It's definitely not as advanced,
Yes.
but I think that's a big, and to your point, other towns should be chipping in as well.
Yeah, I think that no question, the majority of the folks there are Fairfield residents in terms of our contribution per person. And, when we get all this without having to hire labor, have pay benefits, have insurance, I mean, we've been through the drill a bunch of the times. This is a very cost-effective way to deliver that resident service to a very targeted group of residents in need, and one of the few facilities around that provides that. And it's great that it's in Fairfield. If it was someplace else, our residents would have to transport to another town to participate in that, so.
And I just want to add, build on what you said. It is a medical model of delivering daycare. It's not an adult daycare center. It's got a medical model. So there are fragile individuals there who have medical needs that are being met.
It's kind of written
And I would add to that, I had a chance to visit the facility, get the tour, see the type of care, type of patients, that type of thing. If anybody wants to partake of that, I'm sure they'd make that same tour available to other members of the board.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to move on to the fire department budget.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Almost good morning.
Yes. Is there anything you would like to discuss about your budget before I put it out for questions?
I would love to talk all night about the fire department budget, but
Please don't. No offense.
I won't. Of course, you know that we're very proud of the work that the members of the fire department do. Every member of the department brings a commitment to the community, and that is evidenced in anecdotal reports that we get from the public that we serve. We respond to a wide variety of emergencies in the community. It takes a significant investment to maintain that capability. 3 incidents in the past couple of weeks. Tractor-trailer truck accident at 1:15 in the morning, a 1-hour extrication to save a person's life. During the snowstorm last week, crew was dispatched to Fairfield Beach Road, discovered an excavation in a building lot that essentially created a sluiceway from Long Island Sound to Fairfield Beach Road, creating significant flooding. They commandeered heavy equipment from Connecticut Tank that they knew was parked taking a break at Bob's store, commandeered the equipment and an operator, and filled in the excavation, limiting, certainly not preventing the damage that is already done, but limiting any additional flooding. And just last night, a brand-new assistant chief, just promoted, his first day as serving as an assistant chief, gets a structure fire up in Greenfield Hill. A testament to the training that he got is that he managed that fire as a seasoned veteran, and certainly had the respect of his entire crew because they knew how well he was prepared himself, and the department prepared him to serve in that capacity. So we take our job very seriously. No one else puts out fires. No one else responds to the type of emergencies that we do. We recognize that it is an expense to the community, but every member of the department is committed to doing it at the lowest possible cost that we can. We're presenting a budget that is increasing by $24,000. The overtime budget lines are going down by almost $8,000. The operating budget lines are going down by $31,000. And 7 budget lines are increased. Over the 35 lines in the budget, only 7 are going up, 28 are going down, and 14 are below the 2016 budget. So we do approach this budget challenge that we have very seriously. We understand that we represent a significant portion of the town budget and are working hard to, one, control the costs that it takes to run the department, but also you'll see in the revenue line that we're proposing $100,000 increase in revenue through building permit fees. And it is my goal that over time that we will be able to cover the entire cost of running the fire marshal's office through those fees, because we own the building from the time that it's built till the time it's torn down. So we spend a significant amount of time doing plan review and building inspection along with the building department. But once it's got a certificate of occupancy, we have recurring responsibility to maintain safety in that building. And I think that there's great justification to cover the cost of the fire marshal's office through those fees that are incurred at the time of construction or renovation. So that's the way that we approach not only the budget, but some revenue potential that we have in the department. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you have regarding the budget or any of the lines.
Okay, Mr. Mottola.
Can you just, it's great that your overtime is down. Is there, just generally, can you tell me why? Is it because you've hired more firefighters, or is it for other reasons?
So if we go through the overtime lines, you'll see that we are using a 3-year average, and we are managing, and certainly in cooperation and regular conversation with the union about very conservative use of some of the benefit overtime, sick leave in particular. We are now managing injury leave with regular discussions with the personnel department and the finance department with our carrier to manage those claims and encourage return to work as quickly as possible. You'll see the other lines that are going down. In the past, there may have been greater use of overtime for some administrative functions that certainly the deputy and I are participating in. In the past, there may have been a line personnel that would be at a meeting like this to provide some background on the budget. Those are the types of things that we feel that are our responsibilities to administer to the department and not incur any additional cost to represent the department in public hearings and meetings. So some of the lines are going down. There's very few. The only one that is going up is vacation, and that is due to some creep in the benefits that are entitled under the contract.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Walsh?
Sticking on overtime for a second, Chief, where do you stand on overtime so far, like now, for 17?
So we are actually running pretty well.
Okay.
And I know that I have that sheet. Yep, thank you. So we are in the 55 to 65% range. There are some, particularly some of the time off, vacation, holidays that can be taken. This is the lightest time of the year. That tends to be used in far greater percentages once we get to the good weather,
Sure.
April, May, and June.
Sure. Do you think you'll be coming in on budget on that number?
As a matter of fact, we have pledged when we started the fiscal year, due to the budget cuts that the town had anticipated, we froze 75,000. So we guaranteed that we would reduce the budget, this current year's budget, by 75,000, and that would come out of the personal services accounts, and we expect to do better than that.
Great. Only because, you both weren't here, but in past budget years, there's been we've run over on this account consistently on the overtime. And we've even gotten to the point where we've increased the overtime as a budget item, saying, you know what, we're getting sick of having it go over so much. And then we'd go over on the new number. So it's kind of an area I think we're looking for, you guys to keep under control, and it sounds like that's happening, so that's good. That's a good idea. That's good.
And the challenge is you get a heavy storm year. And it skews the numbers. But we have, and both the deputy and I have approached this as we are very conservative for half of the year.
Sure.
Limiting opportunities where people, we would give someone time off to go to attend a class. We're much more conservative in the first 6 months to see where we are in the fiscal year.
Good.
And my goal is not to come in and ask for more money in May or June. In our budget prep and the discussions with the selectmen, we have been very concerned about being so conservative this year that it misrepresents some of that exposure. You take out in every line, you take out all of the cushion, then we have no cushion left. That we have the ability to say, okay, we know we're trending a little bit higher because of an extended injury, we'll cut back in some other areas that we have discretion. If you take out all of the discretionary or reduce the discretionary funds, it forces us to then come back. So we do use a 3-year average for the most part. Unless we see some trends. If there is an injury that transcends, if we saw an injury that would have a long payout, we might adjust that 3-year average. But for the most part, we use that 3-year average as a guide.
Okay. And it's holiday pay we pay firefighters for not
They can take
for working or not working on the holiday.
So they under the contract, they are entitled to 12 holidays, which they can take as pay or time off.
It's their option.
They take it as time off, and this is one of the challenges that we have, is if this year they take more time off, it costs us time and a half to replace
for the
it.
overtime.
If they take it as pay, it's straight time. And that's not a number that, and one of the things that we're looking at as we approach the next negotiations is to have that defined a little bit better so we can budget and give them less options or require that they elect earlier in the year so we can budget accordingly.
Okay. I'm good for right now.
Okay. Anyone else with questions? Mr. Timniak?
Thank you. Very good budget this year. I think it's good. Did I hear you say earlier on that you're raising fees for the fire marshal's office?
Yes, we are.
Is there a new fee schedule so we can see the increases?
We're working with Tom Conley and looking at the right mix to ensure that we are accurately charging for the amount of time that it takes to do an inspection. There has been pushback in other communities where towns have raised their fees inordinately, and pushback from the state building official because there was a building department that had done it. felt that the fees were out of line with costs. So we're trying to collect data from the building department. This is a manual retrieval because of limitations with his system. So we're trying to collect our participation is for multifamilies in commercial buildings and not for 1- and 2-family dwellings. So we can't use all his data. We have to translate the data that he has, that he collects on a cost of construction to a square footage cost, because there's comparability to other communities use square footage costs as opposed to the construction cost. It's easier, it makes more sense for us to evaluate the demand of our inspectors and fire marshals' time based on the square footage of the building as opposed to the cost of construction. So we're retrieving that data so we can then present to the Board of Fire Commissioners a fee structure that one makes sense and recovers, certainly in the first year, at least $100,000 that we have pledged and put in our revenue projections. But hopefully, we will be able to do better than that.
Right. So I see the revenue is going up from 31,000 in last year's budget to 123,000. That's a large jump. I envision the residents being upset about that, the large fee increase, but if it goes more towards commercial, I then immediately think about, the Sacred Heart and the Fairfield U. Is that who you're essentially targeting with this?
I'm not targeting anyone.
Oh, okay. Well, to hit that number, you need big buildings and lots of square footage. So what other big buildings and square footage? Okay.
We are not collecting a fee for 1- and 2-family dwellings. As you know, there was a number of multifamilies that are on the books, some that have been approved, some that haven't been approved, but there are multifamilies and large construction projects that would be the main driver of most of that revenue.
And do you think this makes Fairfield a more business-friendly town?
In comparison to
Other towns which don't have this fee associated?
So there are 2 other towns that are approaching this, Westport and Darien, and they have been able to institute their fees. Westport and Darien have instituted similar fee structures for the fire marshal's office on building permits and have had 0 negative reaction. It's the cost of doing business.
All right, so
Because they are commercial developers that are incurring the cost, and our cost would be relatively minor compared to all of the other costs that they are incurring for the construction.
Right, so I think about the big construction projects we have currently in town, and I think about all the buildings at Sacred Heart and Fairfield U, which they're going about.
And the selectmen and I have had this conversation as with Mr. Mayor. We are not meeting our statutory obligation for inspections. And the reason we're not is because we are doing almost exclusively building construction inspections for new construction. That doesn't allow us to get to reoccurring inspections of multifamily homes that are our most challenging and largest threat to life in the community. And so in a normal year, I would be making this proposal that we are going to increase our fees by $100,000 or $200,000, at the same time ask for a new employee in order to meet some of the obligations of the department. I've had the discussion with the selectmen, with the Board of Fire Commissioners. At some point, we will also be asking for some relief to help us meet that obligation. This is not the year to be asking for that. But it is a concern, and I'd be remiss if I didn't raise it and bring it to your attention as I have the other responsibilities.
Well, I think it's a good and healthy debate. How many years have we met our obligation?
Never.
Never, so we've never met it,
And I don't think that there are any departments that meet that.
Right.
It's the degree to which we are not meeting it that concerns me. The degree, when you look at the construction that is occurring in Fairfield, And the amount of time that our fire marshal's office, we have 3 in the division, the amount of time that they're spending on solely, exclusively on construction inspections, and to the detriment of all of the other buildings that need their attention.
Yeah, I hear you. My concern is that everywhere you turn, the state is just becoming less and less business-friendly. It's just getting expensive to do anything in the state of Connecticut, which is why GE leaves, which is why you have businesses and you have residents leaving at record pace. And we have budget deficits at the state level growing and growing and growing, and we have real estate values dropping. And this just adds to it. So that's my opinion on that. And I think that in general, fees across the entire town, you know, because we have to find a way to alleviate our own budget situation. So what we do is it's a unique way to pass it along, which is what we're doing. And at the end result is we're still not going to be meeting our obligation, which we've never met. We're just going to be doing it to a lesser degree.
And my goal is to cover the cost of the inspections that are incurred as part of the construction, and I think that's a fair way to approach it. And I am not trying to create a revenue stream that is out of balance with the service that we provide. That it has to have some relationship to the level of service they're getting.
Yeah. And Chief, I also want to compliment you on going out and checking other towns and what the rates they are to make sure that we're charging market, which is one of the things we try and do across all of our fee structures, which is go back and look at what's the market, where do we stand up. And certainly if there are towns, you know, for comparable services charging $100,000 more than we were, that wasn't fair to our taxpayers in that sense, and that we're undercharging where the sources are. So I want to thank you for going out and checking the market rates and making sure that we're in that ballpark.
Thank you.
So I have a couple other questions, if I can. Earlier on, you mentioned that we were on the 95 yesterday for an accident. This is one of my pet peeves I have, and I've had it for many years. I cannot figure out why there's no sort of charge back to the state of Connecticut for responding to an incident which happens on their road with out-of-town residents, with our equipment, and we have 2 major highways. And then I look at other towns who have residence troopers who are paid for by the state, and they have their own police and enforcement going in there with volunteers coming in there. And yet, we're expected at Fairfield to perform at a higher level. I mean, you'd be lucky to get in an accident on 995 in Fairfield versus Bridgeport because the level of quality and service which is being responded to. It would be different, and obviously we handle it at a higher degree, which I appreciate. But again, here's a great example of how you know, Fairfield's overperforming, and we get nothing from the state back for service and saving lives on a highway, which is the state's responsibility.
Yeah. Now, Chief, that's not something you can necessarily adjust. It might be something to take up with our state delegation. But in terms of the budget discussion here, I'm not sure how that's relevant to what we have to talk about here.
2 comments. One, we did get a personal note from the Lieutenant Commander, Ken Kane, from the Connecticut State Police, who the state police responds and are exposed to a wide variety of capability from local fire departments on limited access highway. He did compliment our staff as being extraordinarily proficient in how, I mean, it was a very challenging extrication. One of the earliest budget casualties for the fire department goes back to the mid-90s. There was a reimbursement that came to local fire departments, particularly volunteers, for service on limited access highways. So every time you responded, and every vehicle that you responded, you got $100 from the state for that response. That was the earliest budget cut that affected the fire department, and goes back to the late 90s. We don't have a state fire department. We have a state police that responds up to the limited access highways.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I think there is something we can do, and should be part of the conversation, or something that the chief could think about, is when you respond to an accident, I mean, we can submit an insurance claim against the drivers for that, and we can get reimbursement for again, saving their vehicles or helping if it's a commercial tractor trailer or some other cargo initiative.
For hazmat, we have the ability to recoup under state law, specifically for hazardous materials. It's a Department of Environmental Protection statute, or through DEEP. We don't have the ability, or there has been attempts in the past to recoup rescue dollars for single or non-truck accidents, and the insurance companies have increasingly refused to pay.
So, and I guess that's especially with the tractor trailers, I think if we're making an effort to try to recoup some of that money, and not just in the hazmat situation, I think there is revenue to be had there, especially since you're dealing with an insurance company and a non-Fairfield resident, a non-Fairfield company, and they're utilizing our services. And again, from the state standpoint, we're helping open a road, which is it's I-95 in the Merritt Parkway, so people can commute in the morning. So it's something I'd like you to see you look into if it's possible. That's it for me.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Becker?
So just going back on the inspection side, so I mean, the revenue's coming up, but you've got a pretty long ways to go in order to get the fire marshal's office fully covered. I mean, that's maybe one salary position at best, sort of, it's in there now. This predates you by a pretty long arc, but back when the lieutenants were put down at Station 4, there had been discussion at the time when they got the funding about those all being deputy fire marshals and actually taking part in some of that inspection capability. So I know you've mentioned using some of the ladder crews to go out. I'm not saying necessarily go ahead and now 10 years later actually do what we were promised, but there's that lengthy list of we're going to do this for you, we're going to do that, and then it didn't really happen with the last administration and on the fire side. But I would ask you then, in your priorities, is it adding somebody in the fire marshal's office necessarily for that? Or perhaps where you had talked about putting officers on the trucks and then maybe looking at that model that had been discussed with Engine 4, but maybe with, the truck companies or something to that effect?
So I'm looking at every available way to increase the hours that are devoted to and all of the funds that we expend towards certification and maintaining staff that are capable of doing fire inspections. The shift commanders are all certified, but the shift commanders are essentially the administrators along with the deputy and I. We are the two day personnel, and a significant amount of their time is, in addition to training and their responsibility for supervision, is special projects, administrative projects that they have worked on, and some of them have appeared before this board. Very capable, and we rely on them for that. So I'm looking at, how do we structure the department going forward to devote more hours. We do Wednesday afternoons, do pre-plans. It gets our line personnel out in the field, in buildings, to do some version of an inspection. It's not necessarily a certified fire marshal inspection, but it's getting a trained eye into a building to identify hazards that ultimately can get reported back to the fire marshal's office for follow-up. We have done pre-holiday inspections, especially when we know stores are blocking exits, bringing excess displays in and merchandise in that might create hazards as well, and do some targeted inspections during those periods with line companies. So we are doing it. The problem that we've had is if you send people out to just generate violations or identify violations, putting those violations back on the fire marshals to follow up. just creates a burden on them that they now can't meet as well. And there's nothing worse than identifying a violation and not following through to make sure that it's corrected. That creates a liability for the town should something happen and we didn't follow up on the inspection. So we are looking at a number of initiatives that will help us create or fund more hours, and some of it may be in overtime as opposed to with additional staff. Hiring an additional body and all of the cost that goes with that may not be the best way to solve this problem. A overtime opportunity might be better used because then you don't have the overhead costs of the employee, a new additional employee. So I'm looking at some of those. Certainly we'll work with Selectman's office and the Finance Department to discuss some of those options.
Do you know, I mean, around when you think you'll have sort of where you maybe can come to us and sort of say, this is my sort of plan in that regard for the department, and, you know, so we have an idea of sort of where you as a department, where you want to move it as a chief of the department?
So if you give me a couple of months, I'd be glad to come back.
Yeah, that'd be,
Okay.
I think that'd be helpful, and that's a good mid-budget, you know, midterm sort of thing to come to us with. I do have one other question just on the capital side. You're clearly not going to be replacing the same amount of sets of gear that you had intended.
Yep, we
based
cut that in
upon the
half.
reduction. So that is something I know that you guys have worked pretty hard over the years to have a plan for. So what is that going to do kind of with that?
So we've programmed out over the next 10 years when every piece of turnout gear will need to be retired. And again, some of the work that a shift commander has done to collect all that data so we can start to program year by year how much gear we need to replace in any given year. So this is one of the areas that we cut our budget, knowing that we need to catch up in the future. Other cuts that were made, particularly in the professionals or the overtime lines, that money is not going to be made up no matter what happens in the budget. It's a cut. This is a deferment, and we'll look to get back to make this budget whole over time. But we needed to make a cut, and it was a fairly sizable $39,000 initial request, and we cut $20,000 out of it, with the understanding that we will have to program that back in subsequent years. And we'll just stretch out the replacement plan.
So thinking to the $75,000 and then to the buy-ahead that we've sort of done in other things, I know that as of the last quarterly, it was still sort of teeter-tottering as to whether or not we were going to be able to give them back some of it. It sounds as though none of that 75 was so much as operational, and that they're trending okay on their overtime. So barring some major change where they needed it there, I would hope that there'd be some consideration, maybe, we can look at it maybe at the quarterly before the end of the year, but some consideration about just that sliver of it, maybe propping this account up. Because these are the kind of areas that catch-up is easier said than done. It's not so much just applying the money in the catch-up line item, but about actually losing ground in it. So other than that, I'm good for questions.
And
so.
just to, if I can comment on that, the catch-up creates a spike next year. We know that we have a command car that's in the pipeline for replacement, and that would come out of this or be included in this capital line. So it does make it more difficult in subsequent years to catch up. Certainly, we're not going to catch up $20,000 and do the other things that we need to do out of the capital budget. So that would be helpful if we could get some relief if that opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, I'm talking more if overall our sort of surplus or potential lack thereof, but if it's trending in the right direction, so that we don't find ourselves in a bump the next year, definitely. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Walsh.
Following up on David's question, in regards to protective gear, it says that there's an NFPA mandatory requirement of protective gear. I think it meant every 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you saying that we're not going to have money to, there's going to be some protective gear that gets to its 11th year this year?
Yeah.
And is that a liability issue? So if one of our firefighters is wearing protective gear that's in its 11th year and got burned, do we have a potential lawsuit because we would file this NFPA mandatory retirement
So
program?
there is a alternative method to extend beyond the 10th year that requires us to hire someone that is certified to inspect the gear, to make a determination whether it, 10 years plus 1 day, it still meets the flame retardancy that we need. And we will do that for the number of sets that we need to keep everybody current. We do provide 2 sets of gear. The idea is, you may have seen all of the current literature in the fire service about cancer and, the embedded hydrocarbons that get into the gear that continually expose the individual. Can take a shower afterwards, but you put that dirty gear back on, and you're just re-exposing yourself. And as a matter of fact, they're suggesting that firefighters wipe down exposed skin, especially in the areas where they get the sootiest, at the scene, and bag the gear for washing at that time. So we have 2 sets of gear to allow people to get that gear washed. And probably in recent years, there's been a request for washer extractors for the department. So we're washing them. We're drying them as quick as we can. We have a couple of dryers that we're buying, or the state's buying, that will be down at the training ground. So we have the ability to dry gear a little quicker. So we're shortening that window in the number of sets that might be called into service beyond that 10th year. So a couple of ways. Rapid turnaround on cleaning, and for those that we can get by this third-party inspection to certify, to eliminate maybe some of the needs for replacement.
That certification, does that buy you a year, or does that buy you more than a year?
I believe it's a year. They have to do it yearly.
Okay. Okay. And is that those funds in your budget?
They will have to, out of equipment maintenance, we would have to, find a way to do that. We're just starting on that process, so we don't have familiarity with that service, and to the extent that I could speak more detailed on it.
I think over the last year, maybe it was the previous year, we had a major expense on one of the trucks with I think it was the
$100,000.
frame.
Yep.
And we talked at that point in time, when you exposed that issue, that we might need to wash the underbellies of these trucks and might have to put sprayers in or something like that. Is that in this budget, or have you done that already, or how's that working?
So the maintenance division has taken every piece of equipment, or if they haven't completed, they're close to completing, taken every piece of equipment, put it up on the lift, inspected the undercarriage, scraped any rust that has developed, treated every undercarriage with a commercially available rust inhibitor. And after major events, like after last week's storm, where there's so much salt and spray on the ground, brought all of the equipment in and manually decontaminated it for all intents and purposes. It's not just washing it off, it's putting a salt inhibitor, neutralizing the salt, cleaning it off. So we're paying significant attention to that part of the maintenance budget to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Okay. So this is something you're just doing, you're not going to need more devices or sprayers at the fire?
There is not, we've done a lot of investigation.
Okay.
There's not something, just spraying water.
Yeah.
You spray water on a car that's exposed to salt, the salt still is there.
Yeah.
You really need to use a chemical, so we are incorporating, the cost of the chemical, we're just taking out of the department maintenance budget.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one. Do you have any vacancies right now?
Yes, we have 4 vacancies.
4
We have
vacancies.
4 permanent vacancies.
Okay.
We have a 5th that was just Assistant Chief Chris Tracy retired. We have promoted an Assistant Chief and a Lieutenant, creating a firefighter's vacancy, and we're in the process of hiring for that firefighter. So that's the 5th vacancy, and that will leave the 4 permanent ones that are built into the budget for coverage by overtime.
Okay.
If I could on that, have you done an analysis on your own as well related to that overtime spot? I know this board had done it at one point, the previous fire administration had done their own analysis on it, and it at the time had been determined to keep that as an overtime vacancy, but versus filling it. Have you looked?
Ms. Nolfi has done that for us.
Okay. And you guys are in agreement, this is working operationally?
We're not in
for you
agreement with
or-
keeping the 4 vacancies, but it does cost less money to pay with overtime than it does to incur the cost. I think there is a
Still work.
net difference about $23,000
Okay.
ballpark figure. Yeah, so 146,000 versus 116,000 or something, those
Somewhere around
numbers.
there is the current, okay.
So, yeah, I mean, and we've managed to live with those 4 vacancies. And I think, I wouldn't want to go above that for very long, and that's why we try to replace, as quickly as we can when additional vacancies come up. A little bit overtime is good. A lot of overtime is not good for the department, and certainly the wear and tear that it takes when you're working that many successive shifts. You lose some of the financial benefit over time because it increases injury and sick leave.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. But right now, it's currently saving. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I guess we'll move on to your next budget, but, or,
I'll let the deputy speak. He stayed up all his time.
What
it's on
page are we going to?
228.
27, 228.
Water? Is it water next?
Which one is it? Is that emergency management?
No, it's...
Hydrant and water.
Hydrant and water, okay.
So, does anyone have any questions on this budget? Is it, David?
Not so much a question, but, well, just the numbers are up to date, because I think that came up last year. There was something with the hydrant number,
The amount
something
of-
wasn't.
the amount of hydrants, yes.
Hadn't been updated.
No, it has been.
This is correct,
These
okay.
are correct. It's 1576 hydrants, and the inch feet, we verified.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next budget. On page 230, emergency management. Are there any questions?
I would just like to say that emergency management really is the coordination of all the resources that are available to us in the town, and every department pitches in without question. We operate truly as a team, and every department commits their resources, their time, their talent until the problem is resolved. And it's really a pleasure to work with all the other departments that are so willing to participate to solve some of the problems that are created, whether it's a simple snowstorm or it's the swatting event back last year. We work very well together.
Are there any questions? I think everyone's good. Okay, in my haste to move along, I forgot to go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on any of the last 3 budgets? Okay, so the last thing on our agenda for tonight is final follow-up for requests of all departments. Is there anything that anyone needs before Thursday night's meeting, or that hasn't been provided by the Finance Department? Mr. Becker?
Well, I have one follow-up related to a piece of the documentation that we received. One of the questions that I had was in relation to the list of attorneys that is working under the legal department. I mean, obviously, we have the primary town attorney, but the list
Thank you
of
very
the
much.
assistant town attorneys. And I received, looking in there, it's a list of firms, but not a list of the attorneys. And I'd like to actually have a complete list of the attorneys that are doing work for the town, and any of them that have been appointed assistant town attorneys. And actually, to add to that, it would be helpful to know, there's an amount of assistant town attorneys that is set by the RTM. And I don't think that's even been done for a long time, but I'd like to just make sure that we're actually still in that range. And with those names of the assistant town attorneys or attorneys, so the list of, I'd asked for a copy of all the assistant town attorneys. I got a copy. If you look at the backup, it simply states the firms. It doesn't discuss the actual attorneys doing the work, and it doesn't note if those attorneys are appointed as assistant town attorneys. So I'd like to know the names of all of those assistant town attorneys. And then also their town of resident, which is, so the attorney, so you're
Basically,
using,
the process goes like this. We have a town attorney. Correct me, Mr. Persnick, if I'm incorrect here. We have a town attorney, and then when we have cases or issues, we farm them out depending upon the case and the issue. And there's certainly, for general trips and falls and that type of thing, there's a couple that Stanton goes to primarily. But other issues like GE, like with respect to the GE-SHU issue, we interviewed and, selected an attorney. So there's nobody that's appointed assistant town attorney formally.
okay, so it would be helpful maybe if the town attorney then could give a charter explanation on this, but it looks like if you read the charter, he's supposed to be going to assistant town attorneys who are residents of the town, not firms that potentially have no contact other than this case with the town of Fairfield. So I'm making sure when we're allocating the
Well, I would like,
funds
for
that we're
example,
following the
as
charter.
using, some cases, I don't know where you're exactly going with this, but I would be hesitant to having, I would feel certainly constrained in some cases to have to hire a Fairfield attorney for certain of our cases.
Yeah, it seems, I don't disagree with you. I think what I'm looking to do is make sure that we're staying within the charter on this. And it seems as though looking at the list, what I started to sort of pick up, again, I don't entirely disagree. I want to make sure we're not out of bounds in the charter. But it's certainly the use of outside firms versus kind of the one primary town attorney doing the work has increased over time. And with that, that's where I'm trying to understand where the work is going and making sure that it follows the charter. It's a lot of money, and it's a charter element.
Yeah, I think from a cost standpoint, you'll find that our legal costs have gone down over the time, so it's from we're being very cost-effective in that. Second, in certain insurance cases, it's KERMA, our insurance company, that specifies who the attorney is from that standpoint. So we'll certainly get the town attorney to come back, but the practice that we're following has been consistent in this town for a lot of years in terms of the use of the attorneys.
No disagreement on most of those points. I'm just, it's an observation, and then I'm looking at the costing side of it, and I'm making sure that we're staying within bounds. And, obviously, if we're not, and it's a concern, then it's kind of one more thing on the list of reasons why we want to do charter revision.
It's a reasonable question to get you answer to, but I would, at this point, we are, to the best of my knowledge, consistent with the charter in that regard.
Yeah, so if you could just, that'd be helpful.
Okay,
We'll
Mr.
get you the
Bateson?
information.
Yeah, just a quick thing. Mike, I want to follow up on what you just said. Kerma, our insurance agent tells us what attorney we have to use and we pay them? I thought Kerma would
Well,
cover the
inde-
cost.
in-
I just wanted-
independent-
That's what I thought I heard.
Yep, independent of who pays them, Kermit does specify which attorney will handle certain cases, be they...
For us.
For the town, correct.
And then we pay them?
Pay the attorney. Yeah,
We pay
if-
Kerma, we don't pay counsel.
It's like an insurance thing.
No, we don't, well, no, I mean, let's say we have a...
All right, we'll
let's
take
say-
it up offline, it's midnight. I just want to,
Well, no,
you said
but-
something that
no,
caught my ear.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
If I'm paying an attorney, I want to pick 'em.
If we have a large case,
I'm just saying, if
we have
we're
a large-
paying,
if
if
we
we're
have a
paying an
large-
attorney, I want to pick them. I don't think we should let our insurance company do it.
It's,
Well, that's just never the
yeah,
case.
it's just not the way...
Anytime you have
the-
insurance,
Oh, is that the way it goes?
anytime you have insurance, you have insurance defense counsel, because they negotiate rates with specific attorneys, and they want to use attorneys that they trust.
But that wouldn't be
with their
covered
money.
by insurance, Jim?
It is, it's part
Yeah.
of your premium.
Yeah, it's covered by
By the
your
premium,
premium.
okay,
Yeah, it's part of your premium.
Because they're
John
paying...
and I just saying, I thought I heard Mike say that we pay him. We pay Kerma, that's the end of
I
the bill.
didn't, yeah, I didn't say that. I said,
Okay.
a reasonable question, and I'm not, what I'm saying, what I did say is that the attorney was specified by them, to Mr. Becker's point, that they're not all Fairfield residents, haven't been, there's certain situations where we definitely go outside of town.
Well, we still have some documents, correct, that are still owed? I mean, you're talking about stuff that might be owed, right?
Right.
there are
That's
four documents that
You
are
addressed them in
outstanding.
your email today.
Right. The four are, one from HR on education, one from me on healthcare expenses, one from the town attorney on the issue about tax. Can the board delay setting the mill rate?
Yep.
You know, that whole issue. And, oh, and then a pilot question, when would GE property, or SHU property go on pilot?
Okay, and then there's the information we requested tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
And we appreciate you doing that, keeps us busy.
No problem. No problem. I try to limit it.
Yeah.
I probably only asked for 20% of the stuff I normally would have, so you should smile. You should smile.
I am, can't you
Good.
see?
I have a question, and that's in regards to, one of the things you supplied today, I think it was document 21, was an email that was sent to Ms. Gardner from Anthony Calabrese, which kind of suggests he was supposed to get back because there was supposed to be a vote by Parks and Recreation Commission regarding what they were increasing the Penfield rates to. But now they put that, conveniently put that off until April. So that's kind of disappointing. But kind of raises the question, I guess, when I was reading that email, that Mr. Calabrese lists himself as Director of Parks and Recreation. Is he acting Director of Parks and Recreation, or is he, because usually people put acting.
Yep, at this point, he's still acting.
Okay. Just seems like he should put acting. I don't know. And then the other question, I guess, is, we were supposed to get updates in regards to Mr. Calabrese about the search that was going on. Because Stanton Lesser had issued an opinion that if the town had ever stopped, even for a month, looking for his replacement, that there might be a conflict with him having the position and being on the Board of Education. And I guess, I don't know where that stands, but we were supposed to, we'd asked to be updated on that, and we haven't. So, I guess we'd like to be updated on that.
Okay, we'll get you an update on that.
Okay, great.
But, so on your item, which is interesting, I mean, do we have any reasoning behind them pushing this to April? I mean, at that point, the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance can't touch.
I think that would be a good
revenue
question for the
lines.
Parks and Rec Commission.
So on Thursday night, maybe they should come here, and the chair or whoever made the decision to push to April should come here, and we can discuss with them if they should maybe hold a meeting before our voting, which is next week. They have, that'll leave them, well, they can't call the meeting for Friday, but they can call it for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or prior to our final vote, what's it, on Thursday. So maybe we can have all of them.
The only thing I can add to this conversation is,
Not okay.
they did send over some numbers and asked us to, when I say us, the Finance Department, to look at the numbers. So they are in the process. I don't think they're ignoring anyone, but.
The commission sent them over?
No, the rec sent them over. There's, sent the board, the rec. The interim
Recreation
director.
Commission?
It's the interim director.
Parks and Rec Commission or the director?
The interim director.
Okay, were those his recommendations or the ones from the
Don't know
commission?
the answer to that question.
All right,
I haven't
you just
got
let
to
us
it.
know,
I
that'd be
haven't got
good.
to him yet, but I'll follow up with that.
Great.
So maybe if they come here on Thursday, they can also give us, at a minimum, some guidance towards where they're headed, perhaps, along with finance.
Okay.
Because it looks like we did that with fire. They haven't actually voted on it, but we're okay with it because they're certainly trending there.
Any further items? I have one that I just want to confirm with Bob. Is Thursday, and Mike also, Thursday, will you be able to walk us through process? Because we have on, with the 9 million, and what happens, like with, if we can delay the billing, or how that would work, or voting?
I basically had a discussion with the chair, Mr. Flynn, today.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to tell us tonight
Right,
because it's
and-
late, but be prepared
Right,
to talk
right.
about it Thursday. That's, that's all I'm asking. Okay, can I make a motion to adjourn? Second, Jim Walsh, all in favor? Thank you, everyone. I don't know, I was...